Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome, everybody. I see there's a lot of people watching right at the beginning. It's great to have you here for another 6-hour marathon um, of Teledipity live readings, Q&A, hanging out. It's been a busy week for us, but as opposed to last streams, I actually did get a very good night's sleep last night. So I'm rested, well rested, and ready to go. I want to remind everybody that if you've applied for a live reading before, last week or the week before that or the week before that, you don't have to reapply every week. I will still have your information. So if you've sent an application before, consider yourself applied and just be ready when I call on the next person. Don't worry about reapplying if I already have your information from a previous week. Hello, Tesaura. Hello, Shasha. Hello, the Wellness Athi. Hello, Daniela Meneses. It's great to have you here for the first time or back for another marathon of Teledipity Live. Where's everybody watching from? And of those who are watching, who is here to get a reading? I'm not gonna start doing readings until maybe a minute or two from now. Just gonna get situated in the stream and make sure that everything works. Make sure I close everything from my computer, because if you were watching last week and you saw my stream go down several times, that's because I had too many things on my computer and the RAM just couldn't handle it. So learn that lesson, and we'll see if this new method will prevent it. Where's everybody from? Have you watched one of these streams before? Is this your first time here? How's life? How is June, July, August? What's going on wherever you live? Summer or winter, depending on what part of the world you're in. And how are your forecasts working? How are your forecasts working out for you? How's everything going? If you have a question about a forecast, about numerology, about anything else you think I might be able to answer to, feel free to ask. It would be great to start with some Q&A before we get into all this stuff. How do you apply? So you apply by going to teledipity.com/live. I have a QR code right there. Let me put it at the bottom of the screen as well. So you can also just go to that link right there. The link is also in the video description. So you have to go to that URL and fill out the application. That's where I get all your information, your name at birth, your birthday, your Teledipity account if you're a premium member, because then you'll get priority when coming on. And also where you'll just agree to the terms of the reading, because obviously as a live reading, there's going to be other people watching, and I want to make sure that you are comfortable with that. So let's do some Q&A before we jump into readings. How's everybody? First time watching, but a Teledipity user from Toronto, Canada. Welcome. Welcome from Toronto. There's a pretty big Canadian cohort on Teledipity, and I've made a lot of friends from Canada just via Teledipity over the past 11 years. Obviously been there before, but haven't been back since I started Teledipity. I think definitely since before that 2020 weird year. First time watching, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Welcome, Stephen. I'm assuming Stephen Keith. Hi from São Paulo, Brazil. First time here. I didn't know about these lives. My year has been pretty tough so far. I've just ended a 7-year relationship, and last weekend he wrote to let me. Ooh. Now you leave us in suspense with the cliffhanger. 1 second while I take my medicine. No, he has a new girlfriend 1 month later. I'm devastated. We've all been there. It is, I mean, I'll start by saying I'm not a relationship expert. I mean, I can give you your numerology reading, but this is this is a situation where, regardless of your transits, which we can look at if you want to jump into a live reading, um, it's one of those times in life where we feel rejected. Whether it's at the beginning of a relationship or after 7 years, or applying to something professional and not getting it, applying to something academic and not getting it. We see something that we believe at the bottom of our hearts that we are worthy of, that we deserve, and that is aligned with us, compatible with us. And that thing, person, entity says no. And the reason it hurts so much, and it hurts for everybody, is because it is an opportunity, not an opportunity, but like a moment where you're called to question your own value, to wonder if what you believed about your worth is actually real when you're getting conflicting evidence from the external world. If this person I trust and want to date for the long term saying no, is it because of me? Is it because he doesn't think I'm worthy of that? Is this company rejecting my job application? This university rejecting my sponsorship application? This grant making entity rejecting my grant? This investor rejecting my investment? Does that mean that they're right, that I'm not as good as I think I am, that I'm not as worthy of this prize as I thought I was? When you step back from that very normal pain that we all have to go through in those moments, and you maybe go back a couple of levels to just try to see the event from a spiritual perspective, the first question that comes to mind is, why would the universe let this happen? Why would I find myself in this situation of unbelievable pain, of being told no for something I really want and I believe I deserve and I thought I was going to get? Why is it allowing this to happen? Does the universe not think I'm worthy yet? Do I have to grow more, change more, heal more, become another version of myself in order to earn that one day? Or am I just not ever going to be worthy of it? That's one level under, because then you're not thinking about the thing rejecting you or the person rejecting you. You're thinking about why is the universe letting this happen? And if you get down another level, you realize that regardless of where you are in life, and regardless of where you are on the journey to self-love, self-validation, self-worth, self-containment, none of those qualities matter if they're never tested, if they never run into a situation where you get conflicting evidence from the outside in. And if you think about it that way, you realize that it is a very normal story and a very normal pattern that every human goes through in different areas of their life and their dreams. Creators go through them when they put content out into the world and it doesn't get the engagement that they wanted it to get. Entrepreneurs go through it when they put something out into the world and it doesn't sell, and then they have to shut it down. Humans go through them when they put themselves out there to be loved and to connect with somebody, and that person no longer wants that connection, whether it's at the beginning or after 7 years, as you shared with us. Children go through it when they feel rejected by their parents. And in every one of those moments, you have two choices right in front of you. One, do I still believe that I'm worthy of this and deserve this despite the conflicting evidence? Or am I going to take the conflicting evidence as truth and absorb it and accept it and change my self-perception to the one that should no longer try, should no longer go out and fight for the best version of my life possible, because all the evidence I'm getting is that I'm just not capable of it. And that's a choice that you have to make every time, because it doesn't matter how much you believe in yourself, in your talents, in your worth as a girlfriend, as a wife, as a boyfriend, as a husband, as a father, as a brother, as an entrepreneur, as a creator, as an academic, as an artist, as a writer, as a dancer, as an actor, as an anything. That if that confidence gets shaken, if that perception of self-worth gets questioned every single time somebody doesn't vibe with it, then it's not real confidence. It's not real self-love. It's not real self-belief. It depends always on the external world agreeing. And it's a powerful thing. And we're all walking this journey. Maybe nobody is fully there yet. But you get to make progress on it every year and every stage of your life. It's a powerful thing. The moment you get rejected and get conflicting evidence and you don't metabolize it, and you say, no, either the person or the thing rejecting me is simply wrong, or the person or the entity rejecting me is right, that we are not compatible, and they're seeing something I'm not, but they're making me a favor by just stepping out of the way so I can go find the thing I deserve. And you see, and you, not that you don't feel grief, not that you don't go through a process of letting go of the story for the future, the plans for the future, the fantasy that was never to be, but that you have the ability to navigate it as quickly as it's possible. Sometimes it's months, sometimes it's years. It just depends on what kind of rejection you're dealing with. But to navigate it as quickly as possible means is that you don't do it for a day more than is absolutely necessary. And you manage that process efficiently so that eventually you come back to the moment where you are still as convinced of your worth, still as convinced of your ability to build the life that you want and are envisioning, still as convinced of your talents, of your desirability, of your lovability, of your intelligence, of your freedom, and of your ability to just attract amazing things into your life. Well, then rejection is only an opportunity to build that muscle and that skill. Because for whatever reason, the universe we live in, the universe we chose to enter as humans, is one where we will be rejected often, and where tons of people will disagree on our beliefs around our own value, desirability, talent, worth, capacity. So you will always get conflicting evidence, but your ability to hold on to the real evidence, which is right here, which is in your ability to be the very first person believing, validating, loving, caring, supporting, saving yourself. So rejection always hurts. And we've all been through it. I had one that knocked me out for a year. Knocked me out as in, like, I couldn't really feel hope about anything. So I'm not trying to say just forget about it, but just trying to share what I believe the objective of rejection is in our lives, is just to strengthen our core and our self-belief and our self-worth. and our ability to validate ourselves and to love ourselves and to be the first and last source of that, regardless of who else wants to join in. My personal 5 year has so far been pretty miserable. I know the goal is to trust that the universe is working everything in my favor, but my 5 year surprises tend toward negative, trying to stay positive. Uh, Arika, I of course don't know the details. Some 5 years can be harder than others, but I want you to remember the thing that I said in your yearly forecast that I sometimes repeat in some of your monthly and weekly forecasts. That is such a feature of the 5 year that I've seen so many times in so many people's lives that I just count it as law at this point. In the 5 year, the things that feel like bad changes, the things that feel like bad luck, are always good luck in disguise, but you're not always going to see it in the moment. So while navigating the 5 year, you should try to be as positive as possible in the moment. But you don't always have to be 100% positive, because sometimes the skill of navigating the 5 years is just to know, like, I don't have to understand why this is happening right now. I'm just going to adapt to it. I'm just going to pull my chin up and move through it, and not feel necessarily either punished by the universe or like there's uniquely bad stuff happening to me. It's just changes coming into my life, and wherever this leads is going to be good, but I don't need to understand it always in the moment, and I don't need to see why it might be good in the moment, just enough to hold on that faith inside. I mentioned this in a past stream. I'll mention this again really quickly. You don't always have to be positive, but you do always you don't have to do anything. You can advance through life however you want. But the way I see life and the way I see numerology and the way I see these kinds of events, that's why I say have, but you don't always have to be positive, but you do always have to have hope. And there's a big, big difference between the two. Being positive is always being like, yes, this is probably what I wanted. It's going to be fine. It's going to be great. That's kind of like maybe toxic positivity, or that's maybe like the forcing of that we spiritual people are sometimes led into by law of attraction philosophy and thinking, which I'll get into later. I don't think that's necessary. It is fine to be, this sucks, I don't like this, I want it to be over. That's okay. But hope is different, because hope allows for you to be negative in the moment, and hope allows you to feel like shit and be angry at what's happening in your life. But at the very bottom of that sadness, grief, negativity, whatever complicated emotion you're feeling, is this little line of code in your mind. It's this little phrase that says, I still trust life. I still believe that the universe is with me and helping me at all times. And I still am grateful to be here. And I still want to see where this story goes. And that does not conflict with the negativity you're feeling. It's just something to always hold on to. Is like, my life still matters. I still believe the universe helps me at every step of the journey. And while I don't understand this, I'll just give it time and see what happens. Hope is so powerful. And hope is the only thing I hope that you still have, even if you're feeling negative. But yes, the bottom line with me, with Teledipity, with the stream, with my approach to things, is that from me, you're always going to get the positive. Uh, I don't really tend to like, and I'm not judging, but I don't vibe well with people who are very committed to a negative reading of what's happening, a negative narrative around either their chapter of their lives, their whole lives. If you are very, like, some people are very tightly committed to that storytelling, and I respect it and I don't judge it, but but if you are there, and I'm not saying you are, but if you are there, if anybody is there, sooner or later they're not going to like my content, and sooner or later they're not going to like what I write to them, and that's okay. My approach to numerology, my content, my app is not for everybody. It's not meant to be for everybody. But uh, part of its ethos is to help you see the positive. And if that can be frustrating or just not needed, uh, it's probably a sign that we are not aligned in how I want to interpret your life and how you want to interpret your life, even if we both think there's value in numerology. Because you have to remember, and I say this every single stream, it's not the system, it's the interpreter. You're going to get a very different version of numerology from somebody else. And it's the same with astrology, human design, everywhere else. We tend to put all the stock in the system and all the power in the system. But the reality is that even when the systems are, even when these divine languages are real and they have the ability to help us get certain information about why things are happening and where things are going, and what the explanation at the spiritual level of our lives is useful, even though at the human level things just suck. Um, Everybody has their approach to delivering that information, and everybody has their approach to interpreting the numbers. So when you're evaluating whether what I say, what I write, how I do my work is useful and constructive for you or not, forget the numerology. Just think about whether my approach fits, and it's okay if it doesn't. It's totally okay if it doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't. Yes, I've been trying hard to work on my beliefs of unworthiness, but keep repeating this pattern makes me feel like a failure in all the inner work I try so hard to do. We've all been there, Lillian. Uh, we've all stood in that moment before advancing to a different stage of our personal evolution. So that's not somewhere where you need to get stuck in or where your story of personal growth ends. It's just a chapter. This isn't the chapter. This isn't the end of your story. This is simply the chapter where you face adversity and win and get over it and get value from it and continue advancing on your journey. So, as I said, my message is not so that you feel positive right now. My message is just to remind you that one day when you look back on this moment, you'll understand why it helped and why it led you to the person you deserve and to the life experiences you deserve. And you can know that and still feel bad in the moment. All right, let's start. I'm ready for the first reading of the day. If you've applied for a reading and want to be the very first one of the stream, say in the comments, I applied and I am ready. And I'll just pick someone from the from whoever comments. Whoops. let me know if you've applied and you're ready. I'm going to let a few people comment, and then I'll pick someone from the very first batch. Of course, if you're here to get a reading and you don't get picked first, be patient, since it's still a small stream. Usually, everybody who applies gets to go, and if they don't, all they do is come back the next week and then they get it. So it's not that hard to get on if you want to get on. All right, Elizabeth Moreno, let me find you on the application form. I am so excited. I have this whole system for this now. All right, Elizabeth. I'm going to send you the email with the link to join me on the stream. It should be getting to your inbox in the next few seconds. All right, the email is out. You'll be getting an email from me very, very, very shortly. I'm not sure if I have all your information though, because you only, well, we'll talk about it when you get here. Okay, she's here. It worked. I'll tell you all the background later. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. Actually, I'm sick and I've been sick. And I don't know if that has something to do with the numerology, but yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't. So not everything always has to do with the numerology. Sometimes it does, but sometimes it doesn't. Tell me a little bit about yourself. Also, just to check, are you? Do you have? Is that what you wrote? Your full name at birth, your birth certificate, or is there like a second last name, middle name, something like that? Is it just those two things?
My full name, yeah.
Okay. All right. So tell me, where are you in the world? Well, what has been going on, and what did you? What brought you here today? Is there something specific that you want to discuss in the reading?
Yeah, so I am currently in Bali. I've been here for about 3 months. I am from the US. I left 2 years ago to start my own business, and I've been doing that for 2 years. It's been a bit of a up and down. Internally, I feel like the universe has like given me enough resources for this, but in terms of like me being like a business owner that makes money, that has been very tough. And I just finished my like first launch with a mastermind container and all of that, and it didn't go that well. So just kind of like resetting myself and expectations and learning from it. Yeah.
What makes you feel like it didn't go well? Did you get 0 purchases or just fewer than you thought?
I got 1 conversion and I wanted 10.
Okay. 1 is still not 0, because it's different when you don't get anybody than when you get someone. So
yeah.
Okay. So like, just tell me, like, give me more of that, because I think that's where your pain point really is right now, huh?
Yeah. I I think I've been feeling because I follow astrology as well. So I
Mhm.
know that there's like this push for me to come out and do more of my perspective and sharing the systems that I do have, which is literally what I am in numerology, a life path 4 and systems person. But I feel like it's been a lot. It's really easy for me to do one-to-one with people, but like to share it out to the world into content creation and having my magic be expressed there has been very difficult. Yeah, I think that's the
How do
main.
you how would you describe what makes it difficult? What makes you uh what's unique about you that makes it difficult?
I like this back and forth conversations where it's like you're asking me questions and I'm intuitively picking up like the things from my experience and can share it. Whereas like I feel like sometimes with content creation, it's hard to do that
Mhm.
specifically on my own.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There's ways to to lean into that and to create that for yourself.
I guess I haven't found the right avenue for it.
So,
Although this is interesting what
examples.
we're doing here.
This is one, yes. But
Yes.
examples, you have a trusted friend
Mhm.
that uh, every time you film a video or like film something, you have them ask you questions so that then you answer questions instead of coming with a script or a planned topic to talk about. That's another way to replicate it.
Yes,
Or
it is.
you to uh, when you give private readings or sessions, obviously you record them, but then you don't publish the private stuff if people didn't agree to that. You still have you on tape giving advice,
Yeah, yeah.
and then you can just clip it.
It's a good point. Yeah, definitely need to do more of that.
Hmm.
Good
But
ideas. Yeah.
is that all like uh, is that all you feel is the friction?
And career, yes. Yeah.
Mhm. And specifically about the next stage of your business journey.
Right. Like feeling like I'm a business owner and not just someone that's chasing after business.
Hmm.
Yeah, because one thing that's interesting is that in the last year, which I don't know what the last year in terms of numerology was, but in astrology, it was like Jupiter in Cancer, and it was in
Hmm.
my eighth house. And I've actually have come up with like a lot of money where I actually don't have to work. So for me, the path that I want to take is being fulfilled in a career, in a role, and I'm building that myself, but I can't like with knowing that I have all the resources, like it's I don't know, it's kind of it's like I don't have to do it, but I want to do it. And then but it's difficult.
Hmm.
I don't
So
know how
there
I
is
can.
no financial stress. There's just the stress of not getting the feedback you want about whether this path is for you.
Correct.
Well,
Yeah.
that's easy. That's so easy when there's no financial stress and you're just there trying. Um,
Yeah.
do you have a history of uh, like I want to find the right example for you in your past, but we got to get it out of the astrology and out of the like what you do for business. Do you
Mhm.
have a history of like a sport, a music instrument, a language, um, video game, something that you are really good at that that is also
Mm,
in your life?
that I'm really good at. I mean, I'm good at executing any goals that I need to hit, if that makes
Hmm.
sense. Like
Hmm.
if I want something, for example, if I wanted 30 countries before I was 30, I did that. If I wanted to be an ultra runner and run ultra marathons, I did that.
Hmm.
If I wanted to run a marathon, I did that. Those types of things.
How was the marathon running in the beginning?
At first, I mean, it's tough. It's a lot of training, but it's fun because it's like you're out in nature, and I love nature. Um,
I'm sure there was a phase though where it was like like a really hard training session, the first 6 months, the first year, where you were like, I don't know if I'm cut out for this. This is
yeah,
not
it's mentally
feeling
challenging.
nice. Yeah, same thing. Same thing.
Yeah.
Just because you're struggling in the early phases doesn't mean this
Mm,
isn't for you. Doesn't mean you're doing it wrong. Doesn't mean you don't have the talent for it. It means you're starting out.
yeah, that, that's fair. I feel like after 2 years, I'm like, I should know know it by now, but I guess maybe that's just me.
Well, I think there's two answers to that. One is 2 years is nothing, really. Like that's still early. And the second is, would it be possible that you are making the growth and the learning process harder on yourself and slower than it needs to be by constantly asking the question, am I doing something wrong, or is this actually for me or not?
Yeah, I think the second question, if this is this actually for me or
Mm-hmm.
not? But I
Mm-hmm.
know it's not going back to corporate world, like
Right,
I know
but
it's not for me.
yeah,
But
but you're kind of like you're maybe extracting the motivation from like, I don't want to go back to that, but there is no like, this is totally what I where I belong and where I'm going to be successful, even when there's no evidence.
yeah, yeah, you're right. Like it's sucking the fun out of it by thinking about that.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah.
And you said when you were doing marathons it was always fun. That's the
Hmm.
energy. That's the energy.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you know, like, um, learning something and getting good at something is this constant ebb and flow of like uh, a growth spurt, and then feeling like you got ahead of your real skill, and then getting like cocky because you don't want to accept that you're ahead of your real skill, and then like a valley of like going under your real skill from that cockiness, and then consolidating strength and confidence again, and then going to the next spurt. You see this in yourself in video games. You see this in yourself when you start to play chess. You see this in yourself when you start a new sport. It's like um, being embarrassed at first, then finding something and like having beginner's luck and being like, oh, I'm really good at this, and getting cocky, and then going like getting just humbled. And then if you stick with it, you go through that confidence building. I would call it a consolidation phase, just like stock prices in a chart before the
Hmm.
next growth spurt, because then that's where you're actually building new skills. It's being humbled, but also wanting to stay in the fight. And then you find an upgrade right there that takes you on the next growth spurt. But from a growth spurt comes overconfidence, cockiness, and another valley. But you're always going like this up. The next consolidation is still higher than the previous one, and then the next growth spurt. And that's how the journey is with entrepreneurship. That's how the journey is with every with learning a language, with moving to a new country, with anything, with any challenge that you bring into your life. So it's
Yeah.
not even about overanalyzing why the offer didn't work. It's just about staying in the fight. All right, I'll do another one. I'll change
Yeah.
stuff. I'll go again. And so long as there's, because you were in luck. Not everyone who's starting a journey like this has what you have, which is you will, your rent will be paid, your food will be paid for. Like that's not something that's adding to the stress. It's just about staying in the fight. And I don't know. I think I think you decide whether this is for you, and the way you decide that is just by staying in the fight and knowing that uh, being bad in the beginning is how all talented people start to build mastery in something that they're actually good at. That's just the first chapter of every book that looks like that.
Yeah. Thank you for that reflection.
So you're a chart reader. You know what these systems give you and don't give you. What kind of information do you want from your chart? What are you looking for me to give you apart from that?
I guess it's like, how can I use this chart a little bit more in the way that helps me in life and not where I'm like over analyzing the system? Because you can go deep with all of these systems, like really deep, and like overanalyze everything. But it's like, what is, like, if you were to think about like what is the biggest thing that this numerology can give and what things to look at, what would they be? What would it be?
Well, I think it's different for everybody in every different life stage. But you were right, and you noticed this, and I noticed it too. Sometimes you have all the information you need. And for me, it's always like 4 or 5 bullet points about me, about the year, the month, the week, and then it's about going out and doing what the system is telling you to do, rather than continuing to analyze. So like I think it's I think it's that. It's about not like the system is very valuable, but if you stay in it, then you're not living your life. And also, the system works best when you are engaged with your life, so that you are opening the doors that the system is pointing you to. And also, I think the biggest killer of using these systems constructively is the ongoing question: Am I aligned? Am I aligned? Am I aligned? Did I miss something? Did I miss something? Did I miss something? Am I in the wrong timeline? Am I in the wrong timeline? Am I in the wrong timeline? Did I do something to screw up what the universe wanted me to give me? What did I do? Like those thoughts, they almost make the system not work. They almost take the value completely out of it, because it happens in sports too, and I'm sure you see it in marathon. If you're thinking about whether you're doing it right, you are screwing up. If you take that like manager out of your brain and just show up and do it, you are aligned, and that's the same thing. So I think what your chart is talking about is very interesting, very similar to some of the stuff you shared. You start this 9-year cycle in 2024 with 2 years of financial expansion from somewhere. 2024, 2025, up until the middle of 2026, it's almost like you were collecting money. And that opportunity closed in this year. Not that you're not going to make money anymore, but that the coffer that the universe was handing you to help you with this stage was fully delivered. And if you had gotten a reading a year ago or 2 years ago, I would have told you just save it, because you're going to need it for the next stage. And that's what you did. This isn't September, so it's actually not closed yet. It's because of September 2026. And that's where, like, wherever you're getting that money that isn't your business or your creator endeavors, grab it, save it, don't overspend it. And that's the foundation for your creator journey. And September is when your creator journey officially begins. And it's a very long journey. You don't shift into a different priority or a different transit sector of your life until 2034. That's on your 43rd birthday, September 2034.
Wow.
And From here to then, your objective is talking, writing, spreading a message, be spreading knowledge, not through educational endeavors like courses or classes, or one-on-one coaching, but through entertainment. And you could say that in the 21st century, you can link these two numbers really well to content. But in reality, pre-digital media age, these numbers are associated with entertainment, with a play, with dancing, with content delivery that is not really about teaching you something, but about grabbing your attention to something beautiful, to something that feels like easy to consume. Like I'm going to watch a ballet performance, like I'm going to watch a guilty pleasure TV show, a reality show, like a sitcom from the 90s, and you end up getting wisdom from something like that that is not really there to teach you, but is teaching you indirectly by holding your attention to something fun. And part of your not overall life mission, but part of your mission for the next, let me count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, is to serve others that way, to get your main source of income that way, and uh, to master that skill. And you have the talent for it. You're simply a beginner, and that's normal.
Amazing. That's super hyper specific. Thank you.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Well, thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much for the reading. Appreciate
My
it.
pleasure. Absolutely. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Okay. So we're going to take a little break before the next reading. And I'm happy to answer questions. I'm happy to engage with everybody in the chat before we bring the next person on. It'll probably be like a 5-minute thing. I need to disappear for 1 second. It'll be less than 1 second because I need to grab the water that I had ready, and that is nowhere near my desk. I just have my energy drink. So everybody just hang on for 1 second, and I'll be right. All right, I'm back. It was just right outside my office. Okay, so I'm going to talk about something that I was just remembering in the last reading, and that I think is I'm not going to act like the knower of all things, like this is how you should do things all the time, or like it's just my opinion, and my opinion is developed from my own personal experience. And I saw it as such a big warning for myself, especially. I think it applies to many different areas of life, but especially as a content creator and as a person showing up with a point of view, something to say, and something to share with everybody else. It's a very common story to first know deep in your heart that you have knowledge or skills or perspective to share with the world, and that you're ready to do it. and that you're going to show up on some kind of stage, whether it's a digital stage or a physical stage, like a play or a monologue or a speech or whatever, and be at the level of confidence and self-love that you say, like, this is for me. I'm just going to go and do it. Normally, when you cross that bridge and you show up, you are very hungry for the validation that you were right all along and that you do belong there. But you're not really trying to protect an image or to portray some kind of image, because you're simply yourself. So ironically, even though you're very early in your either creator journey or artistic journey, you are the most aligned with your authentic self because you are new and because no one's watching yet, or maybe 1 or 10 or 15 people are watching yet. So that's where you almost open up the portal to your higher self, to your channeling, to your best version and your most aligned version effortlessly, because you're new and because you are there for the first time and because there's nothing to lose. The irony is that when it starts working, when 10 people become 100, 1,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, eventually you reach a point where the confirmation that your knowledge, your words are resonating and are finding willing participators, willing ears, willing people who want to engage with it. You kind of get you fall into the trap of thinking, maybe it was an accident. Maybe there is nothing special about me and it just happened. And if they think that I'm this wise person, skilled person, individual with something valuable to give in terms of information, I better present that every day. I better show that that's who I am. I better coming to the stage, looking and acting and speaking like that, or they're going to realize that it might not be true. What I'm saying is that imposter syndrome is much more likely after the first wave of visibility than before it. In the early stages, you're very authentic. But after visibility arrives, that's when you start wondering, did I actually deserve this? Am I actually this person? And that's when you start performing the most, trying to A, maintain the validation, B, get more validation, and C, changing who you are without really realizing it. And the first sign that you're doing that with yourself is when you are very unwilling to be vulnerable in public, to talk about the things you struggle with, to talk about the things you're afraid of, to talk about the things you don't understand. Because if you're protecting your vulnerability on stage, it's a sign that you want to be perfect on stage or present perfection or act perfect on stage. And if you're trying to be perfect on stage or act perfect on stage, it's a sign that you think that that's what everybody is looking for who is watching you. And if you think that that's what everybody is looking for who is watching you, you're associating your own vulnerability, your own fears, your own anxieties, the parts of you that aren't yet evolved, that you still need to work on, that you're still struggling with, as things that would attack your visibility, reduce your visibility, reduce your reputation or value, and make people think, well, then maybe they don't have anything to share. Maybe they don't have anything to contribute because they're still struggling themselves. So the more you see someone on a stage, whether it's digital or not, refusing to be vulnerable in public, that's a sign that they're struggling with that. Not that they're not talented, not that they don't have something to share, but that they think that being vulnerable will destroy their credibility and will make anyone trying to engage with their content or to secure help from them in any way is going to think twice once they hear about the things they struggle with themselves. And I noticed that phase in me years ago. I noticed how it changed me. I noticed how it polluted my relationship with my service, with my brand, with my work, with myself. And I noticed how it started. It's like a weed that starts festering and festering and festering. And I don't know if this is a law, because I think that there's some people that just stay in that place forever and continue to grow their reach, their businesses, their brands by showing up as a perfect person and never letting people see their vulnerable sides. But I think there's a bigger risk to doing that than just not growing your brand or not succeeding in your project. I think the bigger risk is that you stop evolving. Because if you don't talk about your vulnerabilities, you don't acknowledge your vulnerabilities. If you don't talk about the places where you're not still evolved, you don't acknowledge them. If you're coming on a stage to act perfect, you are developing your own self-perfection as a perfect person. And the outcome of all those things is that you stop growing. You stop evolving. And let's say you are in your early 30s, late 20s, early 30s when you start doing your work. And then around 4 or 5 years later, when the first wave of visibility comes, you lock in and you refuse to present your vulnerability and also begin performing, like sharing wisdom you haven't actually metabolized yourself, and sharing lessons that didn't come from you, but you heard somewhere else and you're repeating, or giving advice that you don't follow yourself in your own life. Or at least if you give that advice that you don't follow yourself in your own line, you're the first to say, like, by the way, I don't do this well, but this is the way that it should be done. By the time you're 40 or 50 and successful with that content, you will still be 32 emotionally, character-wise, intelligence-wise, because you will have frozen yourself in that moment, the moment where you refused to continue to grow, and the moment where you fell into the trap of thinking, I am now perfect. I don't have anything else to learn. I'm now only here to help others. It's not a choice that anybody makes consciously. It's just a subconscious instinct that is important to guard against. And the biggest antidote to it is to be real and vulnerable and talk about the things you struggle with, and never, ever, ever allow yourself or others to paint you as perfect. I think from a branding and content perspective, that's very useful. But even if it's not, from a human perspective, from a spiritual growth perspective, from an authenticity perspective, a character building perspective, a self-love perspective, it's vital. It's not just important, it's vital. So I learned that myself. It changed me in very positive ways. I don't really care if it makes the content more successful. I care that I feel more like myself once I burn that pedestal. And I am sending that lesson out into the universe to whoever it reaches, whether they're going through it now or maybe one day might find themselves there and remember. That's the antidote, at least for me, and it worked beautifully. And watch out for that. Hello. All right, let's bring the next person on stage. Good morning, Gabriel. Good to see you back here. I was just editing your the reading we had a few weeks ago, yesterday. So I watched it again. So you're fresh in my mind. That video is going out soon, and it came out really cool. I'm really proud of that video, and just the alignment there in that video. I told Gabriel, like, I struggle with this too, so I don't know if my advice will help, but we'll be lost together, and it was a great call. All right. Who has applied for a reading? Who is ready to come next to be number 2 from the day? I am going to put this back up on screen. If you haven't applied, that's where you apply before you say you're ready. And if you want to be the next person to be read, say I applied and I'm ready, and I'll choose someone from the chat. Dorper. All right, Dorper. You can come on, but I don't know your name. You don't have to give me the full name. Just give me your first name and the first letter of your last name so I can look for you in the application form. Dorper. Dorper. D or P, 3R. Okay, Pedro. All right, I'm looking for you now. Found you. Pedro. Why do I recognize this name? I think we've talked before. I just sent you the link to join me on the stream to your email. Look for it, and I'm going to start pulling your chart. Sorry, everybody, just getting his chart ready. What? Oh. Systems transition. All right, found you. Hello. Hello, Pedro. We can't hear you. Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. How are you? How are you doing? How's everything?
I'm fine. And you, Andres?
I'm doing good, thank you. Tell me about yourself. Where in the world are you? What brought you to the reading today?
Okay. Well, I don't know how to speak English very well, I don't know what it's okay,
It's fine.
but I can understand you completely fine. So I think we can talk. Okay, I'm from
Okay.
Brazil,
Okay.
in the northwest of Brazil. So it is the the reason that I enter in the live and more specific thing I can know about the numerology and everything. It's
Hmm.
about job and love,
Okay.
actually. So
Okay.
I think
Talk to me. Tell me.
that is. Well, uh, so now I'm unemployed. Okay.
Hmm.
Uh, I start selling tractors until February,
Hmm.
and now I'm a video editor in
Hmm.
YouTube channel.
Okay.
I'm graduating in electric engineer
Hmm.
and economy. So now I have two graduations and no jobs actually, because the video editing is more like a freelancer, you
Hmm.
know. Uh, my last relationship was 1 year ago, and until that, I'm no one. I don't know if you understand, but I have no one now, so
Hmm.
I can know about the numerology thing or the energy about this.
Okay.
Okay.
I need more information. So
Okay.
I need you to share more. Um, when did you um when did you change from the tractor job to the YouTube job? And on the relationship side, were you dating someone before? Did you break up before? How long have you been single? I need more context.
Okay. So I s- I started to the video editor on YouTube
Hmm.
in when I'm working on tractor sales.
Hmm.
So basically, I started in January of last year in 2025, and in this moment, I have two jobs, right? And now I'm just in video editing. Uh, the last relationship, it's kind of complicated because I've we break up and we go back and 3 times, and until the girl break up with me and she tried to come back and I said no in the last
Hmm.
time.
Hmm.
So basically that is uh, the breakup occurs in April in 2025.
Hmm. What's your
uh,
career dream? What do you want to do? Uh,
Honestly, it's very complicated because I can do a lot of things.
mhm.
I don't know if I can clear, but you know, working selling tractors. I'm graduating in economy and I
Mhm.
graduating in electrical engineer.
Mhm.
And I know I'm good in two of these things, in economy
Yeah,
and
but you like
electrical engineer
when
video
I
editing.
talk about dream,
Okay, dream.
it's not about what kind of job you could get right now
Uh
based on your
huh.
skills. It's about
Okay.
what your dream is. If you have found Aladdin's lamp and the blue
Okay.
genie came out and he offered you anything, what and right now we're going to talk professionally, any
Uh huh.
job you wanted, no
Okay.
limits, what would you ask
Oh,
for?
okay. Well, since I was kid, I have a very specific dream about job. Uh, did you know the well? I can be more specific. I dream working office,
Mm-hmm.
in the bay and with my stuffs, doing things with regular schedule and regular tasks. Did you know? And
Mm-hmm.
I'm in, I work, I'm out, and I have my entire life outside with no pressure. It's just this. It's just entering the building, office, do my work, and get out. Work is work,
Mm-hmm.
and life is life. This is
So
my
let me.
specific dream. So
Okay.
maybe like a bank work,
Yeah.
or more
S-
specific things works like
Okay.
HR, anything.
Let me see if I understand you correctly, because I think
Okay,
you did express yourself well. But tell me if what I heard is what you said.
okay,
What I heard is I don't really care what I do.
yes,
I want to have a job that values me, that pays me
yeah,
well, that helps me live my life outside of it, because my joy comes from the things that I do outside of work. So if it's engineering, or if it's industrial cleaners, or if
oh,
it's uh, data center, whatever, I do not
yeah,
care. I just want to be paid well, so I live my life outside of work. Is that what you said?
yes, yeah. But basically, that is because
Okay.
I have many hobbies, and I know if
No, 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 no.
okay, okay,
That is a great dream. And
yeah,
that
thanks,
is a lot of clarity, because um because sometimes people feel pressured to build a narrative around what they want to do professionally. And for
yeah,
many people, not for all people, but for many people, their life mission actually happens outside of work, in things that are not income generating, that are their hobbies, that are their passions. And that's where they follow their life mission. And their work life is only meant to support that.
yeah,
And to know that that's who you are so young, and to embrace it, is a really good thing. And what I sensed you were about to do is like justify that, where you don't need to justify it to me. I think that's
okay,
very clear. And I think that's very awesome to know that, and to embrace that. And a lot of
yeah,
people who authentically want that very young, maybe don't accept it, and maybe would build a thing where like, well, I want to blah 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 blah, when they don't really feel that. They feel exactly what you're feeling. So
okay.
don't defend it, don't justify it. That's your dream, and it's awesome.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks.
So before I read your chart, this is the
Okay,
advice I want to give you.
okay,
um you have to think of your skill development from here until maybe you're 32 or 33
okay.
more seriously, not because it's going to be your life mission, but because that's exactly what's going to unlock the kind of job that you are mentioning.
Yeah,
um the world is changing right now very fast, and
yeah,
everything about how companies operate, the systems they use, the systems they stop using, and the kind of skills that they need is changing very fast. And you think like, people say this, I've already seen it in teledipity in the last 2 years. A year ago, I
yeah,
had a different plan for the kind of people I needed, and then now not so much,
yeah. Sure.
because of how things are changing, and the skills needed are very different.
Yeah,
I think, for example, you learning and understanding the formula for YouTube, the
yeah,
formula um, for titles, for descriptions, for thumbnails, for editing, and the pace of each video,
yeah,
and learning that success, that might give you the job you're looking for and not really engineering.
Yeah.
So maybe, and you're in luck because you are not really looking to be passionate about any field. You're just smart and you understand systems. You're a systems person. So you can
Yeah.
walk into any system and figure it out and build your own formulas. So I would not see the YouTube thing as a distraction.
Okay.
Try to see if you can bring your engineering skills and maybe your system skills into that world and develop an identity there. Unless
Yeah.
you find, after going into that mindset for 6 months to a year, that you don't want it. But really, like, I don't know if you know how important YouTube is becoming, how
Yeah,
even
sure.
Netflix and Spotify are terrified of YouTube,
Of
and
course.
how much all kinds of companies need that skill, even more than AI, even
Yeah.
more than everything, because it's kind of triggered by the AI um, proliferation. But to just to make you passionate about this, so you understand why. When AI comes, every single social media platform that was successful in 2022 became full of slop. LinkedIn is
For
all
sure.
slop. Instagram is all slop. Uh, TikTok is all slop. And a lot of really good companies, brands, and creators that had a business that relied on that engagement on those platforms stopped growing, stopped getting viewers, stopped being able to use that funnel. And YouTube didn't, because YouTube already long ago enough started punishing AI content and developed this ethos of like, this is all, like, this is, we only we punish AI content and we support human content.
Yeah.
And now it's the only place where you can get, as a creator, what you got from the other platforms before. And because YouTube was first, now Instagram's about to do the same thing. TikTok, I don't know if they are or not, but now Instagram's about to do the same thing. And
Yeah.
Spotify and Netflix are joining together to do the same thing. And all in reaction to the success YouTube had with this strategy. So right
Of
now,
course.
even more than a year ago, so by the way, it's no mistake that I'm here. Even more than
Hmm.
a year ago, people need YouTube intelligence. Huge
Yeah.
demand. And YouTube intelligence is actually engineering intelligence. It is systems intelligence, because it's all patterns and it's all repeatable style guides and systems. And I think your numerology chart fits perfectly with that. I don't see your YouTube job as an accident.
Okay.
Maybe what you're doing without realizing is manifesting exactly what your vision is: to be needed, to be successful, and to make money from that, so that you take that freedom to your hobbies and to your life outside of work. And maybe you already
Yeah.
have that. It's just the very early stages of it.
Yeah.
Give me your opinion on all that.
Uh, I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
YouTube it's more bigger and bigger, and
Mm-hmm.
World
Well,
Cup
it's
is
always been
streaming
big, but
on.
now it's more important than it was a year ago.
Yeah, of course. The World Cup is streaming on YouTube in
Mm-hmm.
some
Mm-hmm.
countries, so
Mm-hmm.
I really understand you, and this is why I uh, never out my mind uh, stay off of YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a thing just appeared in my life because I have friends with work with this, and they give me a job because I'm good with I do. You know, I started the uh, shorts channel, okay,
Mm-hmm.
1 year ago, and
Mm-hmm.
now we have 100 uh, 100 followers.
Mm-hmm.
100? No, 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
100
Em
point zero
português.
zero zero. Yeah.
Qual é o número em português?
Ah, você fala português? Perdão.
Eu falo português.
Ok.
A situação é que o stream é em inglês,
Sim,
então
sim, não, com certeza.
eu não posso fazer a leitura em português, mas eu falo português.
Não, com certeza.
Qual é o número?
Enfim, resumindo aqui em português essa
Uhum.
frase.
Uhum.
Nós começamos há um pouco mais de um ano e o canal tem mais ou menos 100 mil seguidores
Uou.
atualmente, com números de
Uou.
mais ou menos 1 milhão de views por mês.
Wow. So to anyone
basically,
who's to anyone who's listening in English and doesn't know Portuguese, he was saying 100 followers and then he said 1,000 followers, but the real number is 100,000. That's why I was like,
100,000. Yeah.
whoa. Okay,
Yeah.
now keep going.
Okay, so basically, I know this is life changes, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
We get 1 million views a month, and I know I'm just an employee
Mm-hmm.
of the people who do the hard work,
Mm-hmm.
but I know it's something, right? I know if I'm not good with I'm doing, I can take these numbers. I know people who are better than me who didn't get these numbers. Did you know?
That doesn't mean
So
that would mean that they're not better than you.
maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. They inspire me in editing, right? Because and so I think it's a way. I don't know. In my life, I like to leave the open doors. Did you know? I know this is not the best idea of follow the life, but I know I like to leave the open doors, and I like the way I'm doing. At the same time, I need something more stabilized
Mm-hmm.
because YouTube is very impressible, right? Like you like you said, YouTube it's changing and changing and changing every day. We need to learn not we need to learn more things. We need to know more about titles, about the
You know
thumbnails.
why that's an opportunity for you?
Of course,
Do you know why?
because basically it's data analysis, right?
Because you are there while it's changing. And
Yeah.
that means that the old experts don't have value anymore, but the new experts do. And you're in the cohort of the new experts. So
Yeah.
in a year, you will be more valuable than the YouTube expert that's been around for 10 years.
Oh, of course. I know that. I understand that.
I'm just trying to tell you,
Uh-huh.
my instinct is that this leads you to the dream you shared with me, and
Yeah.
stay with it.
Okay.
And on the love side, it's available to you. It has been since, let me get the date right, January of last year, January 2025, is when the love part of your life started expanding. And it will continue to expand. I think there's opportunities to meet girls. I think there's opportunities to figure out who you connect with, who you're compatible with, and maybe you go through a couple of relationships before you find the one that you want to that you know is aligned with you for the long haul, whatever that long haul is. And I think it's already outside your home already. It's there's a very specific long-term transit in your chart that started in January 2025 that goes into January 2029, that is about, and don't, so é uma metáfora. It's a metaphor. It's not literal.
Okay.
It's about fertility. So it doesn't mean you're going to have a kid, but it means that every part of your life is fertile for growth. Your professional life and your love life. And it's still the early stages of that. But I think you are more aligned than you think to get the things that you're looking for. And I think my advice to you is stay on this track and obviously go out and meet girls and date. But professionally, just let me make it clear to you.
Okay.
If you keep learning about what's working with this job and with your own project, very soon somebody else will want to hire you. And then that will bring you the stability.
Yeah, of course.
So just keep learning, keep researching, keep building your systems, and it's basically all set for you.
Yeah. I know that. I expect that.
And I wanna close this reading with a thought that I have. Gen Z, they're always criticized. They have such a healthy relationship between work and life and professional dreams and what they want out of their careers at such a young age. It never ceases to impress me, because all the mistakes that millennials and Gen X and boomers did when they were in their 20s, they're just being avoided outright by Gen Z. I have so much respect for Gen Z. And, there was I read a book about this years ago when Gen Z was like 10 years old. And I have to remember the title of the book so that because this is a book from over a decade ago, but it said that the interesting thing about Gen Z was that they all grew up playing video games. And while everybody thinks that that's bad, the curious thing about that is that video games teach you so much about frustration, about long-term goals, about commitment, about staying with it through the hard parts, about learning and about mastering. And that all these skills are basically innate to them because of their video game coming of age experience. Since nobody understands being frustrated and continuing to try better than someone who grew up playing video games their whole life.
Yeah.
And that stuck with me. And I'm already seeing evidence of this with every person your age. And I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed with how clearly you said, my dreams are not about career and I don't give a fuck. And that is powerful. And also, just how you're handling the early stages of your career. So that's why I think my biggest message to you is you're not wrong about anything, nor are you lost, nor are you in the wrong field.
Yeah.
You're just in level 1 of your video game. That's it.
Okay.
Boa sorte.
Thanks, Andres. Muito obrigado. Eu acho que eu precisava ouvir isso, de certa forma. E é muito importante, sabe? Porque, de certa forma... vou falar um pouquinho em português,
Sim.
tá?
Tá bom.
De certa forma, eu estava até um pouco desacreditado com essa parada do YouTube.
Sim.
Mas ontem eu fui ver os números e realmente as coisas estão crescendo, sabe? Eu sou bom no que eu faço.
Muito.
Então...
E a coisa, só para repetir em português, não importa que o YouTube seja antigo, seja já popular, seja já importante.
Sim.
A coisa a entender é que a plataforma tem de humano para aqui, 10 vezes mais importância, 10 vezes mais oportunidade e 10 vezes mais necessidade para gente como você da que tinha antes. E então, a oportunidade que você está procurando não é IA, não é coding, não é
Yeah.
qualquer tipo de engenharia, é isto.
Sim,
E então, se você se foca nisto, já está.
sim. Se eu focar nisso, vai dar certo.
Perfeito. Obrigado.
Perfeito. Obrigado, eu que agradeço,
Tchau.
Andres. Tchau,
Bom
tchau.
dia.
Opa, bom dia.
Very, very cool. Loved that reading. So, chat has been quiet for a while. Who else is watching? How do you feel about the last few readings? What ideas are you getting? What's going on in your life that's similar or different? What other questions do you have about numerology? And I do want to clarify something because I'll be ready for this maybe sooner than I think. I'll be ready for this maybe sooner than I think, but not quite yet. Which is that even if you are from Brazil, want to get a live reading on the stream, and would be much more comfortable with the reading in Portuguese, is that we have to be accessible to all Teledipity users and many not in Brazil. So I still don't want to do readings in Portuguese just so that other people can still watch and still understand what's going on. So just be aware of that. And the way Pedro did it is perfect. He showed up, he did the reading in English, and everybody else was able to get to the experience. But in the parts where he needed a little help, of course, I was able to switch into Portuguese without eliminating the value of the public reading for everybody else. So I can do that. But if you feel like, and this is another thing, because people say like, oh, my English is not so great, and usually it's perfect. It's way better than people think. But if you're like Pedro, just if you think that that English might be a problem, you can show up. I would just work hard to do the reading in English, and I'll help you along the way if you need some Portuguese help in the middle. Because Pedro did an amazing job with it. What would be not advisable only because of because we're in the early stages of the stream, and because we are trying to create something that goes farther than just the reading that you're getting from me, but the experience for everybody else, and the things that we get to talk about, and the ways in which what one person is learning or struggling with or is metabolizing in this section of their life applies to many other people who are watching. It is important to not just know how to speak English, but to be able to engage with the conversation and have the talk. And Pedro did an amazing job of it. So as long as you are confident that you can do that, come on, and I'll help you with any section that you struggle in. And then one day, maybe sooner than we expect, we'll just do Portuguese readings, Portuguese streams. No, not a problem. I think it's just best to have everybody in one place right now. So, if you're new to the stream, let me put all the stuff back up and share something that happens in every stream. So the way the stream works is, once I finish a reading, we chat, I answer questions, whether they're related to the last reading or they're completely new. I catch my breath. I create like a space between the last reading and the next reading. This stage lasts maybe 5 to 10 minutes while I just maybe clear the energy from the last reading and get ready to deliver and to channel again for the next person. This stage is where I just answer your comments and talk with people in the chat and just make it fun and interesting. And then I'll be ready to bring the next person on. So help me by asking questions in the chat. They don't have to be about the last reading. They can be about teledipity, about numerology, about anything you think that I might be able to help with or know about or answer to. And yeah, tell me, where's everybody watching from? What are you struggling with right now? What questions do you have? Give me stuff to rant on before I bring the next person on. And let me just take a sip of my energy drink. Of course, if you want to apply to the readings, make sure that you send in your application first, and then come back into the stream, because then when I say I'm ready for the next person, you need to have applied first, and then I'll pick somebody from the comments. So apply for the reading, and let's chat before we bring the next person on. Otherwise, I just have to come up with something to rant about. That's good too. I could do that, but better to just comment and chat. Also, if you're watching, let me ask you a quick favor that will help tremendously. Like the stream, follow the channel if you haven't. Those are 2 small favors you could do for me that will make a massive impact for Teledipity, for this initiative, and for just the impact that we're trying to create here. So if you could take a couple seconds to do those 2 things, I would be eternally grateful. Elizabeth Moreno, curious to hear about relationships because I forgot to ask. Well, I don't have your chart in front of me anymore, Elizabeth, so I wouldn't be able to answer that anymore. I'd have to pull it up again. But yeah, I think I think private readings are always available, and well, not always actually. That's a lie. But if you're a premium user, you get those emails when I have space in my calendar. I email premium users, and then whoever wants to get it. But I'm sorry, Elizabeth, I can't pull your. I don't have your chart in front of me anymore. I'm new here, but I really like the page. I think the predictions are amazing, and I get excited about the week will bring. Thank you so much, Catherine. I appreciate that compliment very much. Thank you. I have a weird way of writing forecasts / horoscopes, writing numerology content, interpreting numerology content, giving readings, and it's strange, but I like doing it that way. It's just a product of my crazy brain, and there's nothing more beautiful for me than hearing that it's meaningful to somebody else and it's helping somebody else, because that's what gives me the confidence to keep being different. Where can I learn what you do? I mean, there's many places to learn numerology. Books. You can Google. You can just find books on Amazon. You can find maybe some courses. I don't give numerology courses. I gave a couple years ago, but when I started teaching numerology, I realized like that's not my path. My path is not to teach numerology. My path is to build tools and content with numerology, because I don't want to give too much emphasis on the system itself. And also, to be completely honest, I was like the numerology student, and just really from books. I never took an official class. I was the numerology student 15 years ago when I was in my early 20s, and I got everything by heart and memorized everything and memorized all the rules and all the formulas and picked the specific school of Pythagorean numerology that I was aligned with. And then I started doing Teledipity. I started giving my own readings and writing my own content. And this is 11 years ago now. I've developed many, many things, instincts, approaches, even formulas that don't come from books, that came from trial and error instinct. Like something like, well, I wonder if this number can speak to this side of life, and then testing it with readings and being like, yeah, it's like the interpretation when applied in this way is always eerily accurate to everybody. And that's a way to use that part of the chart that nobody taught me, but that is making sense. So even in the numerology world, there's many schools of Pythagorean numerology that have different formulas and have different rules. And inside the school that I use and the lineage that I learn from, I'm already doing things a little bit different just from experience and journey. So to learn the exact type of numerology that I use probably there's no book out there, but to learn just the basics and pick your school and pick your approach and master it, and then develop your own approach exactly as I did. There's a million books out there, and if you just look for the best reviewed ones, the most sold ones, that's a good place to start. I don't want to give like a list of books, because that is endorsing one approach versus another. And when you enter the numerology world, you have to understand that there is no standardization. In astrology, there's a lot of standardization because it's been more popular for longer, and there's a lot of experts discussing it. There's a lot of international coordination stuff. So there, like when you learn numerology, you have a stronger confidence level that you're learning the same numerology. When you learn astrology, you have a better confidence level that you're learning the same astrology everybody else is learning. When you learn something like human design, like I don't know if you guys know the story of human design, but human design comes from a single individual. It's not a system that's been around 2,000 years. It's been, I don't know, invented or channeled or whatever by one person. So that person is the law of it, the decider. So there's standardization coming from that, because it's all rooted from the one person. The same thing with the gene key stuff. That's one guy that came up with a system very recently. Numerology's been around for 2,000 years. That means that it has tons of branches that do things differently. And that means that even when you read numerology book A and numerology book B, they're going to disagree about a lot of stuff. So there is no standardization. And I think, in all honesty, my advice, if you want to learn numerology, is drive your own journey. Read all the books. Make your decisions about the discrepancies. Develop your own approach, and don't try to follow like the specific formula that somebody sets out, because numerology, I think, is more of an art than a very clearly delineated divine language. Because as long as you have a really good relationship with the energies of the numbers and how they operate in your life and how they operate in somebody else's life, and then just understand the basic formulas, your mind just starts filling in the blanks. That's the best thing I can say. Yeah, human design, gene keys. I'm no expert in it. I just know that they're all coming from one person. So, I guess my fascination with numerology is how long it's been around, how you can find books about it from 1910, from World War I, from the 70s, and I like that. Translate, please. Well, I don't have live translation, so sorry. I have a question. How can I get the most of the talent number 9 in the art career? Your talent number 9 doesn't mean it's something for you to develop. A number in the talents part of your chart means that's your genius. That's where you don't need help. That's where you don't need advice. That's where your instincts are best. It's in the talents part of your chart. So I think that when it comes to the number in the talents part of your chart, the most important thing you can do is develop self-trust in it. Like, you have better instincts than me in the talent number 9 because you are a talent number 9. And what you want to do with it is already perfect, because it's the part of your profile where you're the most evolved, where you're the most advanced, where you have your genius. I think 9 artists, it's not about the specific art that they do, but the thing that would bring 9 artists together is that number one, nine art is about difficult topics like suffering, like fear, like anxiety. It's the nine art will not be afraid to be intense, emotionally intense. The nine art is seeking to help people who engage to either heal something, wound, sadness, sorrow, fear, or to give to shed light on larger injustices that affect large groups of people, because the nine number is always associated with systemic injustice and systemic change. That's why you always see the link between the nine and philanthropy, charity. But it's not really about like you have to be charitable. It's about the job of nine art is to try to inspire social change in some form, even if it's just through the message and it's not actually driving the systemic change, but it's shedding light on it. So I think you're always driven to that kind of art, and I think your art always has that by nature because it's your talents number. It's not something you have to be reminded of or develop. But know to get the most out of that part of your chart, know that that's where you're a genius. Know that that's where you don't need advice. Know that that's where your instincts are always spot on, and trust it. Hey, Andres, sending a hi from Floripa. Big fan of you in Telebrity. Thank you, PJ Davila. Have you been on a previous stream? Did we talk about Floripa before? I have a feeling that I recognize that that avatar, that name, and the Floripa. Like we went through this already. But I love Floripa. The very first version of the Telebrity software was built in Floripa. I was there. Love my time there, and there's a very strong spiritual connection between Teledipity and Floripa and Porto Alegre, and love it. Hey, Andres, are you familiar with the Master Builder archetype related to number 22? Oh, of course, I'm a numerologist. Of course, I'm familiar with it. Absolutely, I am. If you have questions about it, definitely. But of course, I'm. Are you? Sorry. Of course, I'm familiar. Okay, I'm ready for the next reading. I just, for whatever reason, need the second bathroom break of the day. And like there's been streams where I don't go to the bathroom for all 6 hours, but today I already did one and I'm gonna need another one. So it takes less than a minute. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. All right. Who is next? If you've applied for the reading and you want to be the next person to be read, say I've applied and I am ready in the comments, and I'll pick somebody from there. I'll just give a few minutes for more than one person to reply so that I pick from the pool and not just the first person to do so. Just waiting for more people to volunteer, and if not, we'll pick from the current pool. Do you want a live reading? Do you want to come? So, how do you apply? There's you can snap that QR code. There's also a link in the description. It's telldippy.com/live right there. Go to that URL and send in your application, then come back to the stream so that you can be picked. Okay, let's pick somebody. Audra. Let's do Audra. Audra, I'm looking for your email. Oh, not in the right place. 1 second. Audra, stream applications, live reading applications. Audra. Found you. Let's do this. Audra, I just sent you a link to join me on the stream to your email. Go check your email, and I'm going to pull up your chart while you arrive. Have your chart right in front of me. This is so much easier now. I built this whole system for the stream invites and everything with AI, with vibe coding, and it works, and it's beautiful. It makes the workflow so much easier. Love it. Audra, we're waiting for you. She's here. Hello. We can't hear you. Still cannot hear you. Can you say something?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now. How's it going?
Great. Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much.
Thank
Where
you.
are you?
Thank you for choosing
where are you
me.
streaming? Absolutely.
I'm in New Jersey.
Nice. So tell me about yourself, your life, what's going on right now, and what brought you to the stream today.
Well, I joined your site a few years ago. I love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
It fascinated me with my reading. I'm a life path number 11. So you said all these great things. I just graduated school. I did a career change. I'm now a certified clinical hypnotherapist.
Nice.
So yeah, so I'm just starting my journey there. And yeah, so I'm like at a crossroads right now, beginning a new career. I know you don't go into grief at all, but I thought it's very important for my story. I lost my 27-year-old son last year in August. Thank you. I don't know if that has anything to do with my life path at this point. But I know I don't want to go into grief at all, but I think that might be part of my chart. So I thought I should mention it. So I'm really I moved back home after that because we lived together and I could no longer afford our home. So I'm back home now. So I'm really starting fresh in my life right now. So I'm starting a new career. I'm looking for a new home. And I thought maybe I could get some info from you on that.
Absolutely. I think that the key transit that's just jumping out of me in your chart it begins March 2024 and it's still active. Oh no, and it's closed March 2027. What was going on then? I think is that part of how would you summarize that section of your life, March 2024 to March 2026. No, 2025. Sorry, no, 2027. So it's still ongoing. Sorry,
It's still active,
ongoing till
yeah.
next March. Yeah, March 2024 to March 2027.
Well, 24 to 25, my business that I had was failing. I had a recruiting business, and I started it in 2020, and 2020 to 23, it was awesome. I was making killer money. It was great. And then between 23 and 24, it just plummeted. And then I decided to go for a career change. I started school in April of 25. I graduated in June of 26, and I'm here now. So, yeah.
And there's seeds being planted before, aren't they? Because I think you start thinking about this career change March 2022. So around your 53rd birthday. Yeah. And this shift doesn't happen until 2024. Right?
Right. Correct.
So this chapter that you're in, 2024 to 2027, March to March, birthday to birthday, is the chapter where your 11 powers are most activated, and I want to be very careful with your loss. Can you give me that date so that I don't accidentally give a bad interpretation there?
August 27th of 25.
Okay. So it's right in the middle of this transit. Let me talk about that first before I talk about the other stuff. Like I want to give you the interpretation of this transit outside of that event, because whether or not you choose to see that event through the numerology lens is your choice, not mine. And I don't want to impose that. So when I describe this transit for you, I want to leave that event out.
I understand.
Because sometimes those things happen for reasons that have nothing to do with your journey, and sometimes there are no reasons, and that's a grief that does not need to belong. That does not need to belong in your professional journey necessarily. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But that's for you to narrate it that way, not for me. You know?
Yes.
So outside of that, these 3 years in your chart, they're talking about you getting the vision from somewhere else in clear form, where because of the events in your life, the things that normally block that channeling or prevent it from sticking, like you may get the vision for something, the idea for something, but the conditions of your life are ones where it's easy to ignore them, or easy to say, okay, but not now, or maybe that's just crazy, or just ignore that little voice in your head. These are the times where there's not only are you hearing it more clearly and you're channeling more clearly, but there's no longer any friction to just trusting it and taking it and running with it. And that's clearly what the next career of your life is. That's the visions you've been channeling. That's the information that's been coming through, and you've been acting on it since 2024. And this long-term transit is about setting the stage for that, like putting the pieces of the board together, so then you can just advance on this new storyline in your life that really has nothing to do with what came before, or maybe there's elements, but really this is a shift for you.
Right.
And if we use the metaphor that you're building a new house for you to live in this 3-year transit, you start by just getting the new lot and digging into the ground, and you end by furnishing the home and moving into it. And I would tell you right now that using that metaphor, I think the house is built. I just think there's no furniture in there yet, so you can't fully move into it. And that's what the next 12 months is. It's just a final wrap up so that you can enter that new chapter of your life fully and have it be a reality rather than just a plan.
Mm-hmm.
Give me some feedback on that. How does that?
Yeah, that makes complete sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because right now I'm struggling with like the advertising and like I have to do YouTube videos and things like that, which I'm kind of like hesitant on. Like I have to get over that hurdle. And once I do that, and there's a lot of money involved with a lot of things that I need to do that I have to, I have to get the money coming in. So yeah, I feel like, the bones are there, and
I want to work through that friction with you because it's exactly what you're supposed to do in the next chapter of your life, and that's where your success is. So I want you to talk to me about that friction to see if we can, see if I can help you with that. Since it's probably the only thing keeping you from like fully.
It is.
Tell me.
Yeah. Of getting myself out there, it's because this is a completely new chapter in my life. So I need to put myself out there. Like I have a website, but how are they going to find my website? So I have to do a commercial Facebook page. I have to go on Instagram. I have to promote myself. And that's where I'm lacking like inspiration. I'm like, well, how are people going to find me? They're not going to find me unless I put myself out there. So, like this is a big step for me to be live on camera. So that's a hurdle that I just got to
doing great.
So, yeah. So if I can do that here, then I guess I can, post some content on YouTube. And I heard you say like TikTok and Instagram aren't like, what would be your opinion where the best advertising would be? YouTube, right?
Yeah. And there's a story that relates to very, I wish I could give you the link because I don't know it, but I heard it recently, probably serendipitous so that I could bring it to you. There was, because of how the algorithm changed, right now on YouTube, it's not really about having subscribers anymore. If you just hit the topic and the description quite right, it'll just show it to people who are known to engage with that content. And there was an example recently of I think it was like I'm not saying that you are that age, but I think it's a similar story. It's a 79-year-old woman who just recorded a video of her gardening or something with her phone, put it on YouTube, and she had like 100,000 views within a week because. Wow. And there was no consultant, there was no anything. It was just her content worked. And sometimes that's more like, that's not something you engineer. It's not something you get an expert for. It's something that comes from like by the magic of the universe, the YouTube algorithm aligning with the authenticity coming through on the other end. And that's it. No microphone, no perfectly built background or lighting.
Right, that's what I was concerned about, getting the sound bar.
You don't need any of that. You can do what this setup that you have right now is perfect. It's perfect. And I think something. What's your audience? Because I was about to assume, but I'm not really sure. I was about to assume that you're talking to women like you in your life stage,
57.
Yeah, 57. Is that
really
true?
It's actually it goes down like 25 to 55.
Okay.
It's the target audience. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And what's the topic?
Well, hypnotherapy I can do for any anxiety, which everybody has anxiety these days. Weight loss, smoking cessation, and then anything and everything, trauma. But I want to hit on the anxiety because these days everybody's suffering with some type of anxiety. Personal development, a confidence booster. With hypnotherapy, it's basically just going into the subconscious mind and putting in positive. I
will give you one advice, and this is not for your business or your career, but it's just for this marketing strategy that you're leaning into now. You want to start so clearly with describing a specific kind of person with a specific kind of problem, and then just make all the content around that for your first wave. Because after, because right now you have like a menu of things that your work can help with.
Right.
But for the first stage of content and for the first stage of posting stuff on YouTube or whatever platform, it is super important to just narrow it down. Like it's like something like it, you have to choose it. I can't choose it for you, but it has to be something like women from 50 to 60 who are very, very excited to go into a different career in a different stage of their lives, but are also worried about their retirement and are worried about like being visible and stuff. It's just like that kind of specificity, and then just create content around that for those people. That will help not just the first early adopter wave to know to follow you, to know to watch all your videos, but also for YouTube to send you to the right people. Because if you start so broadly, like smoking, losing weight, blah 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 blah, it'll just kind of like diffuse the signal that the algorithms can help you with. So picking one is not about like closing the doors to all the people you can help. It's just about mastering the first stage.
Excellent. Yes. Excellent advice. Thank you.
But honestly, record something with that camera, with that background, and just talk and start posting it. And don't worry about being too strategic, because that's what's being rewarded the most right now.
Right. Authenticity.
Yeah, authenticity and ironically, like non-professionalism.
Ironically enough, right? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
I appreciate it.
Always a pleasure and an honor to help. Good luck.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Who's in the comments? Let's chat. Let's talk before we do the next reading. Let's get a conversation going. Lots of people in the chat. Let's get a conversation going. Let's talk about stuff before we move on to the next reading. There's a lot of stuff on my mind. I'm just trying to process it. That's why I went silent for a bit. I'm just trying to process it. I don't know if I'll talk about it now or I'll talk about it maybe later in the stream, but I'm just processing something. Hey, Andres. I'm sure that for most of the people that are here, Teledipity has been life-changing, but do you have a cool story of someone you knew that it was just mind-blowing, like timing and perfection? Oh, yeah. Whew. So many. Someone I knew that it was just mind-blowing. I like this question, Manuela. Do you mean just like any serendipitous story? Or do you mean more like tied to the journey of teledipity? I feel like my story is full of those. And I always pay attention when an event in my life matches things that I was wanting, feeling, and thinking about, and it feels like the universe is literally answering back with the events that are taking place. That's literally what serendipity is. And that's, of course, why my company name is what it is. Cool story. The one that's coming to mind is, I would say, like, it was a 2-year for me. It was an 11-year, actually. Not really a 2-year, but they're very similar anyway. When you have an 11-year, I don't know if you saw me just discuss this in the last reading. Like, this is a period for channeling your future, getting messages about where you're going, and trusting them, even if you're not going to start building them. So this is 2011, and I'm fresh out of college, and I fell into a job that I loved. That was I don't know if everybody will know what this means, because it's a very U.S. thing. And even though I was an international student in a U.S. college, I needed money, so I got the only job on campus that hired international students, and that was the phone-a-thon. And what the phone-a-thon is that they hire students to call, like cold call, alumni from the same university on the phone and ask them to donate, to just raise money for scholarships or other needs of the university. So, of course, it's a nerve-wracking job, right? You have to call people in the middle of dinner and say, like, hey, I'm a student from USC. That's where I went to school. And I wanted to tell you about what's going on. And then you end up asking them for money. I was terrified of that job. But that's not really the story. The story is that eventually, because I needed the job, I ended up being good at it. And then when I graduated and there were no other jobs available, that phone-a-thon called me because my boss had resigned just as I graduated, and they hired me to be the phone-a-thon manager. And then I spent a year just managing that call center and teaching students how to make cold calls and giving speeches before the calling sessions. And in that job, I learned about technology, and that I had really good instincts around it. And I had to do all this public speaking, and I kind of like, it started coming out of me how the speeches and the coaching sessions with the students, they were not really about cold calling, but about life and about confronting fears, and about becoming good at something that you're not good at, and about approaching stuff that is hard with a positive attitude and all this stuff. And it's not like I had an idea to do teledipity back then, but these parts of me, they start coming out, and I start really enjoying them. And I remember one day when I went to like a record store in Los Angeles, and I was getting back in my car. It was the weirdest thing. It was like, oh my God, I'm incredibly happy right now. I love my job. I love going there every day. I don't have money problems anymore. And I'm standing in such a good place. Like for the first time, I think ever, I'm just grateful. And I don't want anything to change. I want my life to stay exactly as it is. And literally the next day, I go into the office, and my boss says she has to talk to me. And she says, the new leadership of the university wants to outsource this call center, and they're going to hire a company to come run it. And we don't want to fire you, but somebody else is going to come take over this, and then we'll figure out what your job is going to become. Like literally the next day. Like the moment I was like realizing that the job that I didn't want was perfect, and that I loved it, and that I was so happy in it, next day it's gone. And I cried that day. I cried. And like 6 months later, I am in a cubicle in an office building. Even though I work for a university, it's like this high-rise office building in downtown Los Angeles. And it feels like I'm in that movie Office Space. It's just this cubicle and the white neon lights, and just everybody in their own little space working. And because the whole department is in transition, It's not anybody's fault. Nobody's doing it on accident, but I keep getting ideas for the kind of work I could do, and they keep saying no, 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 no. And I'm literally sitting in a cubicle. I'm not being given projects, anything to do. And I'm also not getting fired. So I have this paycheck, but it's almost like it was my perception. That's not the reality, but it was almost like they don't want me there. Like they have no use for me, but they're still paying me to just sit in a computer in a cubicle and just be there from Monday to Friday and wear office clothes. And I feel like my soul is just getting crushed every single day. And I'm getting depressed because for whatever reason, like, one is the loss of a job that I really love, but two is like, it's a special kind of pain. And some people don't understand it, but some people do, to be paid to do nothing. I see that as torture because I want to be useful. I want to contribute. I want to come up with ideas and implement them. I want to do something. So to be paid to just sit there and do nothing, maybe it's somebody else's dream, but that was never mine. And I start getting depressed and depressed and depressed. And I remember there was one time there where they were like, well, we don't have a project for you, but why don't you just stuff these envelopes and lick them and mail them? And it was like 5,000 envelopes. And I'm like, that's literally what I'm being asked to do. And it's fine because I'm getting paid, but I'm like, all right. So I'm folding and licking envelopes one by one. I'll go to a pile of 5,000. And that's where I started listening to audiobooks or podcasts because I needed something to distract me. And I don't remember. Oh, I remember. I'm asked to then go pick up more stationery at like this warehouse somewhere in Los Angeles. So I have to drive for 2 hours in the middle of traffic to go pick up stationery. And on the way, I land on a radio station. And I remember it perfectly, but I just don't know who it was or what it was for. It was a numerologist being interviewed. And I was aware of numerology because I'd been going to websites before, but that was like a serendipity, like, oh, numerology, like I'm interested in this, like that's crazy. And like he starts talking about that. So the numerology like re-enters my consciousness through serendipity. It's like, oh yes, it's like this is the website. It's crazy how accurate it is, but we don't have to, like, just someone that had a very close approach to me. But anyway, like just to not make the long story even longer, I start losing faith. I need the job. I can't quit. There's nothing for me to do. I'm praying to God, to the universe, to whatever, to help me find a job where I'm more useful and I like just a better job opportunity, because it's clear that that's never going to evolve into anything. And months and months and months go by, and it feels like I'm not getting the response, like the universe is ignoring me, like I'm not getting the opportunity that I'm asking for. And also, I'm applying to jobs everywhere. I'm doing phone interviews in my car in the parking lot of this building. Some of them I get second interviews, but I never hear back from anybody. And I'm losing faith, and I'm losing faith, and I'm losing faith, and I'm losing faith. And then one day, I go home just after a really bad day. It is around Thanksgiving, and I'm just sitting in my tiny apartment in Koreatown, alone watching TV, just like my brain off. And I get this craving. I want turkey. I want Thanksgiving turkey with the cranberry and the stuffing. And I know that they sell it at Ralph's. Ralph's is a supermarket. But the funny thing is that Ralph's is nowhere near my apartment. It's like a 20-minute drive away. So I could go eat something else, but I really want the turkey with the stuffing with the cranberry. And I'm like, fine, I'll just drive all the way to Ralph's. So I go 20 minutes out of my way to go to Ralph's one Thursday night, like at 9:30 p.m. And I buy the turkey. And in the checkout line, someone's standing right behind me, and his name is Scott. Scott is one of the most important people in my life. He was a major activator for me, and I'm eternally grateful to him. And he's also a really close friend. But the context on Scott is that he was one of the senior executives in the university, and he worked in one of the schools, but he had just been hired into the athletic department. And his promotion was a big deal. Everybody was talking about it, and it had happened like 2 or 3 days before. So I run into him at the checkout. We know each other like just because there were meetings together or whatever, but we didn't have like a close relationship. And as I'm checking out, he asked me, "So how's everything going? Like I heard that they outsourced the call center, that you're not doing anything. How's the new job going? How's everything going?" And I remember perfectly that normally the correct thing to do when you're in the same organization is to not open up and say like, "I don't like it, I want to leave," because you never know how that statement travels, and you don't want to say something to the wrong person. So it's very important to be guarded with your own information when it's about the same organization, the same company. But I remember right before I answered, I took a beat and I was like, should I say it or should I not? And then I was like, you know what? This is a serendipity. I think I just need to be honest. So I say, actually, I hate it. I don't like it. They don't want me to do anything. I'm already searching for another job. This just comes out of me. And he's like, oh, really? Okay, that's interesting. Thanks for saying. And then we say goodbye. And I drive home with my turkey and I'm thinking, uh-oh, should I not have said that? Did I tell the wrong person? Did I make a mistake? Is he going to go tell my boss? 2 days later, he emails me and says, we have somebody just quit and we're going to have an opening here very soon. And would love to talk to you about that. Months later, I had been promoted to work in his office. And that was another one of the greatest jobs of my life where I was super, super happy, and another great experience. And the serendipity is that all of it happened because I wanted turkey, and I drove 20 minutes out of my way to a supermarket I don't go to often just to get it. And I ran into somebody right there at the checkout counter. And the miracle was right there. And I don't think it's a small thing, because what if he doesn't see me before that person quits like a few days later? What if I'm not the first person he thinks about when the opening comes up and he calls somebody else? Me being at that supermarket was so important to the rest of my life. And all I had to do was honor the fact that I wanted to have turkey for dinner and not something else. And that's just one of the greatest examples of how like the biggest job you have in life is to just honor your desires. And that makes sense to us when it is about who we should or shouldn't date, or where we shouldn't work, or what kind of career we should or shouldn't have. But that's not all of it. Sometimes it comes down to like having the dish for dinner that you want to have and eating the food that you want to have. And it's not about the food. It's about what happens when you go and chase that urge, that impulse. So following your impulses is so important. Is because normally the biggest serendipities in your life are behind those tiny impulses that seem like they are unrelated. The restaurant you want to go to that you haven't been to in months, the place you want to visit that is just in your mind for whatever reason, like I want to go to Argentina, I want to go to Peru, I want to go to whatever, and like you can't stop thinking about it. The best life advice I can give is to just honor it and go, because that's how serendipity happens. Coincidences do not exist, especially, but it's not just that coincidences don't exist, is that to increase the ability for the universe to give you what you want, you actually have to put yourself in those places. And to put yourself in those places, it always comes down to following your impulses. Serendipity. Teledipity. All right, that was a cool story. Thanks for prompting that at me. And thank you to everybody who was part of that chapter of my life. I so honor not just Scott, but my boss at the time, who it wasn't her fault that I was being given projects, and she was an important influence in my life too. Everybody who was my boss at USC was not just like a boss, but like a mentor. And a mentor in more than just the work that we were doing, but in confidence and in just attitude, in work philosophy. Like I know that I learned a lot from her, and that I became a lot like her in many ways. And I've told her many times, I've called her, and I was like, you never know. If you get such a good boss as your first boss, you cannot appreciate it until later when you start getting bad bosses, until years later, because you don't know. You have no comparison, right? So I just called her one day, like years later, and I said, by the way, I just want you to know that right now, this is like 10 years later, in a different job that was no longer at USC. I was like, right now, it's even more clear to me how great of a boss you were, and how much I learned from you, and how important that chapter of my life was. And I'm just so grateful. And I would never be able to see it so clearly until I had a really bad boss. So yeah. The universe is so smart to make you crave exactly what you could find on that shop. Wow. Yeah, I know. That's the universe placing that craving there. It's just like, go run into that person. Go eat that turkey. All right. Who's ready for the reading? Who wants to come on? Who has applied and is ready to be the next person read? Say, I applied and I'm ready. And let's get going. How do you handle with anxiety about knowing what is going to happen? Let's put it in these words, as teledipity is so accurate. You know, anxiety is always thinking that the thing that's going to happen is going to be bad for you, or difficult for you, or complicated for you. That's what anxiety is. It's fear about something happening that you don't want to happen. I think the way you soothe that is by teaching yourself never to think that way. There's no reason to expect bad things. There's no reason to expect catastrophe. There's no reason to anticipate catastrophe. There's no reason to expect or anticipate problems, even though they may be close, even though you could see how they might escalate. There's no reason to ever think that way. You don't confront problems until they're actual problems in front of you. If they are potential problems, well, potential doesn't mean that they're going to happen. So don't give them your thoughts. Don't give them your energy. Don't anticipate them. Only deal with what's in front of you. I've had this situation so many times, and I really had to teach myself the skill, because we are all anxious about different things. So our anxiety can come to us from many different places. For me, it was mostly always finances. And I've been through the situation many times where it's like, oh my God, I don't know how I'm going to pay for all of this, especially as an entrepreneur. But even before, like, how am I going to be able, like, I have so many obligations coming up. I don't know that I will pay for them. And if they don't get paid, what's going to happen? And I learned to say, they're going to get paid. They're going to get paid. I don't know how, I don't know in what way, but they're going to get paid. And when I started doing that, they got paid. Sometimes in uncomfortable ways, sometimes in a slower timeline than I anticipated, but they got paid. And the way that I don't know what part of it is law of attraction and what part of it is just having a good attitude. And I don't really care, honestly, because I don't really care how the universe works. I just care that I live my life in the right way. Teach yourself to stop anticipating bad things and to stop preventing them or thinking about them. And that's a powerful thing, because that's all anxiety is. Okay. I have a bunch of people. Let's do serendipity. Who am I going to call from all these people who are ready? Salima. Let's talk to Salima. Salima, you're going to get the email from me. It is sent, and I'm going to pull up your chart. Your chart's in front of me, Salima. We're ready to go. Salima's here.
Look at that.
Hello.
How you
How's it going?
doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I feel like I know you. I know I don't know you, but we've been getting your emails for years. That it
Oh,
feels
thank
like
you.
talking to a friend.
Well, you're bringing that energy, so I also feel like I'm talking to a friend.
Oh, this is great.
Thank you. Tell me, where are you from? Just a little bit about yourself and what brought you here today.
Yeah, I am living in Atlanta, Georgia, but I'm
Mhm.
from, well, the United States, living from Connecticut, Northeast. What do I do? I got nervous.
Don't worry. It's
Speaking
okay.
of anxiety, right? I got nervous. I'm an herbalist. I have my
Mhm.
own herbal wellness company that I've had for about 15 years. Um, we have
Nice.
my
Congrats.
wife and I, we have a son. Yeah, life is good.
That's awesome. So, what brought you here today? What do you is there something specific pulling you towards a reading? Something going on? Something coming up?
Mm.
Transition?
Yeah, I'm in the process of writing my first of many books. It
Congrats.
is thank you. The edits are due on Monday. I'm a little
Mhm.
anxious. I think the biggest thing, I'm 44, so I'm in my Uranus opposition. I know you know astrology too. So,
Not really. Not really.
oh, okay.
I mean, like I not enough. Like I won't always understand those things. Maybe sometimes, but not really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just always want insight on
Mhm.
work, on career, because the entrepreneurial journey is a roller coaster.
Mhm.
But I love it and I don't feel in any way called to do anything else. I love the impact that we have, the freedom of time and space, but it's always this ebb and flow understanding the ebb and flows of like different income streams and which products and like which projects to pursue, which ones to lay to bed. Um, yeah, how the book is going to go. I know you can't predict that. It's gonna be great.
Of course it is. Um, but give me more context. I don't have a hook to start the reading yet.
You don't have a
Um,
book to start the reading.
yeah, whenever you say something that jumps out at me from the charts, that's where I know like where to enter. But I need kind of like I need more context. So give me more.
My wife is here too.
Hello.
she, she says hi. Um, finances is always a jumping
Mhm,
off point.
mhm,
I relate to the person who was on the call for the previous reading and talking about like her entrepreneurial journey and how there were years that were just outliers of financial abundance and then years where it feels like it crashes. And then
mhm.
what is we know what lessons that we needed to learn in that regard, but I guess they're always kind of looking like, well, when is it going to turn around to be um,
I mean, you're
not
a
an
veteran though,
outlier, but
15
more
years.
steady?
Like that's yeah, your company's 15 years old. It's exactly like a marriage. When you've been married 15 years, like you've gone through hell and back and all the different cycles and all the different seasons. So I feel like you also know that these seasons are always temporary. No?
I think we had a long runway.
Mhm,
We started our company when we were living in New York. We had a long runway in terms of like figuring out what it is that we wanted to do. So we pivoted a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And in pivoting, that kind of restructures the foundation on which it was built. And then once we were in Atlanta and we decided to do online courses, that's when we really started to see like the fruits of many years of labor. We had a son in between. So there were many things that I think just extended the runway. And I hate to think that like COVID was an outlier for what we do. So I don't want to make that the truth of the story, but sometimes it feels like that's the truth. That's my perception.
Well, I
But I
think
know how
that's the same
much.
for everybody, like doing adjacent work, whether it's wellness or self-improvement stuff. That
Yeah.
was a global thing, and
Yeah.
there was a surge and then a pullback, and
Yeah.
everybody has a story like that.
Well, that's comforting to hear.
Mhm.
I mean, I stay in my silo to a
Mhm.
degree in terms of like I like to focus on the work that we're doing and not be distracted by necessarily what others
Let's go
are.
into the past. I want to hear the story of your business with dates. What year did you start? What year were and just kind of like summarize like the turning points. Like
Yeah.
it started next year, and then the next year this happened and this happened. I want to compare that to your chart, and maybe I'll find the hook there.
Okay. 2012 was when we started. Well, no, 2010 was when we started really changing life and health around, and also founded our business in the same year.
Mm-hmm.
Like started doing the work to understand herbalism and how it could be supportive. And I want to say 2012 is like official, like you want to look at articles of incorporation. And then 2013, I quit my job in arts and we launched with an herbal body care line.
Mm-hmm.
So we were doing that in markets, doing that for years in Brooklyn. And then we decided to have a kid. And in having the kid, he was born in 2015. We relocated to Atlanta where we had both lived and we had family here. Didn't necessarily want to move here, but it made the most sense.
So we moved in 2016.
And we moved in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
And then between 2016, I mean, you're still postpartum. So 2016, 2017, trying to figure it out. I remember spending like a year at the altar asking just spirit, what do I do today that moves me forward? And then 2018 is when I launched my signature program. And that really that took off. And I feel like my ask at that point was I want a business model. I needed a new business model because it wasn't going to be manufacturing. And then 2020, we moved into a space. The 2020, 2021. I think it was 2020. We moved, and maybe it was 2021. We moved
Mm-hmm.
into a space. But we were also still straddling the fence with manufacturing. We had like an ingestibles herbal line, so tinctures and syrups and teas and capsules. And so part of moving into the space was the need for a commercial kitchen to be above board. And we did that for 4.5 years. And I think the entire time, like, we didn't fully like it, and we were fully straddling like these two facets of our business. My strengths are education, writing, speaking, teaching, but there's so much of a like products go very well in tandem with herbal work. Like that's the next natural question. Well, do you have what I'm recommending?
Which isn't mandatory. It's
It
one thing you
is
can do, but it's not
right.
it's not the only thing. But yeah, go ahead.
And I think I had to realize again, it was maybe coming back to the same question. Like I had to realize like that I'm creating the business model that doesn't look like a template from what others have. And I think that's what for a while that's what I thought. Like, well, this is what other herbalists do who are successful. So this is the thing that I have to do too. And realizing how much of those blueprints I don't actually like.
Yeah, I think I have my first hook here because I can see the manufacturing phase so clearly in your chart. According to your chart, we're talking February 2022 to February 2026 as when your specific, because obviously like this is your chart, now your wife's chart, now your business's chart, but
Yeah.
for you are swamped in work that is technical, that is systems based, that is managerial and executive and is not really artistic or educational or anything, and you are just almost drowned in it until February this year. There's just something shifted there. Did you walk away from those initiatives? Did you delegate them? Because in your life, that fully stops last February. So February 2026. How does that match the story?
It does match the story. We closed the shop last May. So 2025, we closed that shop and just resuming in back on like writing, speaking, teaching. And as of February this year, I don't know if that's when I got the news, but I only still make medicine for clients, like private clients, which are minimal because my capacity is not there to do a lot. But for the most part, more and more, I am referring them out to this is where you go get your blends instead of me making them. But what that did give spaciousness for was my class. I teach at a college here as well. I teach herbalism, which is kind of unheard of. It's an African American herbalism class here, and that got approved for more sessions and to be a part of the core curriculum inside of the university. So like all of the students can take this as their science class if they want to. And the book has been ongoing. Yeah.
I think the book is the almost the symbolic return for you into monetizing knowledge, vision, messages, voice, rather than products or services. And that shift begins in February 2026. That's when that line is. It continues for you until, I'm just following the trail, until your 65th birthday.
Yeah.
So,
oh, that's great.
Yeah, that's just a story that clearly in your chart that's where you're landing. Because after 66, maybe you're after 65, maybe you're retiring. Who knows, right? But like that's just where you are personally headed. And your business like can do a million things, but that's the role it needs you on. And anything that and now talking from your chart, anything that brings you back into like CEO mode, like technical stuff, decision-making stuff, executorial stuff is not the place for you. That does not mean maybe you're not the leader, but like you should be delegating most of those decisions. You should not be involved in most of that because you, at least from me seeing your chart, you are the voice and the messenger, and it's your role to be out there talking. And when we look at your chart from that perspective, this last phase was about you integrating that so you never let yourself slip back into that again. Because in the aligned version of your chart, this is where you realize like I can never be distracted by that anymore. Whether or not my business does that, that's somebody else's thing that I should be very, very, very distant from, and not really because there's a lot of decision making.
Yeah,
it's going to be happening for you on the artistic side, on what to say, on what to talk about, and what matters to you, on what to teach, and like all of that is cognitive load. Now you combine that with like the manufacturer and the warehouse and all that stuff. That's where it was making maybe like putting a cap on that artistic talent, on that public speaking talent, on that role that is most aligned for you.
Yeah.
So I think like it's not about the business, it's about you. Your role is to be the voice. And that's the role you started shifting into in February, and that you're the wave that you're riding for decades.
Okay, so how do I support my nervous system while doing it? Well, I know the herbal part of that.
What do you mean
there is
support your nervous system?
There's
Tell
the
me
wounds of like visibility,
Okay, talk to me about them. How do you process, like how do you describe them inside you, not like in the general sense of what a visibility wound is for you. What is it that for you?
I've healed a lot of it, so I don't want to rehack a bunch of stuff, but it makes me anxious. But I don't know, maybe it's I don't experience this online, so I don't necessarily want to call it in, but the vitriol, the more that someone shares their opinion and they're outspoken, and the pushback of that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It feels
Can you has it happened to you, or are you imagining it happening to you?
It has not. That's what I was saying. It's like, I don't want to call it in, but the more that we're obviously on these platforms and we're visible, we're also, I try not to consume too much, but we are consumers of it as well. So you always see it too. But that has not, for the most part, been my experience.
Yeah.
And it's how do you super that?
Okay. A voice, an opinion, a point of view, a mastery and expertise is an energy. If we were going to talk at it from I don't know, maybe the spiritual level or the physics level, it's an energy, and every energy has its opposite. It's group of people who don't want any of it, who disagree with all of it, who think it's stupid, who think it whatever. And I think from an energetic level, it's not even about social media. That's just how the universe we live in works. Is you put out an energy, the opposite comes in to engage with it. That's what happens. There's you're almost creating I don't want to call it backlash, but creating the discord, because it's a point of view. If it wasn't a point of view, if it was created, manufactured to be digestible to everybody, it wouldn't be a point of view. It would just be the most generic crap ever that everybody, that no one would have something to say something about. And I think that I cannot stand here and lie and say that you'll never attract it, or it will never happen to you, or it won't be scary, because I went through that too. I think probably the scariest part was somebody emailed me saying I have a voodoo doll about you, or the very first death threat I got, and it scared the shit out of me, and I wanted to stop. But then you realize that one, it's not real. Two, this is people, crazy people. They'll always have the ability to email you, but they're not really gonna follow through on anything. And three is that to not expand it, you have to ignore it. And not everybody deserves a reply. Not everybody deserves to be acknowledged. And that really acknowledging it is inviting more of it in, and ignoring it is what makes those kinds of people go look for a different target. And most importantly, I think for me, I'd rather be in the timeline where some scary stuff happens and I'm still doing what my dream is and what I want to be doing, than the timeline where those kinds of people scare me from doing it. So I'm not scared. And I give anyone in the world permission to hate me if that's what they need for whatever reason. They're allowed. Go ahead. If you need that, if you need to put me in that role, you have my permission. So I don't know, I think, because because if I were to tell you, like, if you don't append, if you it doesn't have to happen to you. You don't it's social media. Like, there's crazy people everywhere, and like, I have friends too who are creators. Like, they deal with that stuff all the time. Some of them reply to all the stuff that they're like, and make a video about it. Like, well, this person, like, look at this person, look at this person. And it's kind of like sending the ball back, like almost shaming them. Is like, well, look at their profile. Of course, they say that they're all about love and empathy, and they just insulted me. Like, everybody can deal with it differently.
Yeah.
But I think that that if you ignore it, it doesn't exist for you, and that that happening is not a reason for you not to show up to your life mission.
Yeah. That's helpful. That's true. I mean, yeah, it doesn't stop me, but it does slow me down. I'll say that.
I think it's normal.
Yeah.
As you encounter it for the very first few times.
Yeah.
Because you've never seen that before. You've never seen that level of hate directed towards you. You know, it's an anonymous person. But then you're just like, oh, whatever.
Yeah.
Or at least I am. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good. That's helpful.
Is that like what are your plans? Do you want to be on a because you're gonna promote your book, so what are your instincts about what you're gonna do in content?
What am I gonna do in content? Oh, I make
Yeah.
stuff. So that is a habit, which is good. So I'm a small publisher, so there are gonna be a bunch of interviews lined up, and then we're trying to figure out what kind of, if we do a book tour, it's gonna be something that we organize. And so we have to think about just the locations where our audience is and what kind of spaces we can partner with. But the goal is really to bring herbalism to bigger stages, because people don't, I feel like everyone would benefit, including our healthcare system, patients, and families would benefit from understanding herbalism as a legitimate modality that it has always been. But I think it's big, but it's niche in terms of like how it gets talked about in just bigger rooms and stages. And so we jokingly say, I'm going to be the Beyonce of herbalism, but it's probably not a joke.
No, it's not a joke. It's an intention, and it's a good one. I like it. I celebrate it. I support it. And you know what, Selima? That's where the energy should be parked. Think about all the people that love this, that want this, that will adore it, that will be helped by it, that want to listen to you, that will be joy, like that will be full of joy when they listen to you, that will be so happy that you showed up. Think of those people and not the others.
Yeah. And that's always been kind of the feedback that we've received too, is like, just thank you so much for doing the work that we do. And even when I've tried to abandon it, I'm like, I don't have any other skills. The universe and I have really cornered ourselves into something quite narrow. But it's good. This is affirming.
Yeah. And by the way, from like every year of your chart from here on out talks about you playing that role and being increasingly successful in every single year. It's starting in your chart is your time to be the Beyonce of X, whatever X you want it to be.
Yeah.
Your chart tells that same story. So
don't
let anyone stop you from chasing it.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be okay.
It's gonna be okay, right? It's gonna be okay. It is.
After 3, you don't even think about them anymore. You're like, whatever.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. What's your wife's name?
Tammy.
Hey, Tammy. Thank you
She
for.
might be in the other room, but I'll tell her.
Okay. Well, say goodbye to Tammy.
I will.
All the best to your family. All the best to this next stage in your journey. If you want me to put links on the clip of your reading when I publish it, let me
Oh,
know.
yeah.
Just reply to the email that I sent you, and I'll add them there. And you have my email now for anything. So happy to help.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate
Look,
you.
it's great meeting you,
Thank you.
Selena.
Likewise. Although we've met, over
Yeah,
email.
we have.
Many
We
times
have.
in the app. No, I'm just kidding.
No, we have.
We have.
Well, now we know each other better. So
Yeah, we did.
all the best.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you. My pleasure. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Let's see what the comments say. Never talked about that part because you know what? Let me rant on this for a second. Because I used to, I had a program in 2022 about starting out in a creator journey with the help of numerology, and there were about 11 people signed up to it, and I worked with them very closely. And I heard this specific fear so many times. It's not it's not being shy or thinking that you're not going to be good in public. It's fearing this online bullying, commenting, negative comments, criticism of people disagreeing with your work or having problem with it, or saying that you're doing it wrong, or that you don't know what you're talking about, or that your approach is dangerous, or that whatever. And I remember when I was giving when I was giving that advice or those calls, I couldn't really connect with that fear. I kept thinking at the time that I'd never been afraid of that, and that it was never really a thought in my mind. But the irony is that period, the fall of 2022, was when I was having these encounters myself with really weird people, just online, just emails. But it's just never really saw anybody hate me that much. It was kind of weird. So it was funny that I never made the connection that at the same time that I was trying to help people through that fear, I was encountering it myself, and I was not connecting the dots. But it's gonna happen. It's social media. It's being public. It's gonna happen. Someone's gonna say you don't know what you're talking about. Someone's gonna say you're doing it wrong. Someone's gonna say whatever. Okay, that's fine. Then I don't have any response. Then you can unfollow, you can delete my app, you can stop listening to me. That's fine. What more do you want? I need to defend myself? I don't need to defend myself. I don't need to explain myself. I'm not going to change. If what I bring to the table is no longer in demand, then I'll do something else. That's fine. Whatever. Not going to say that I reached that point easily. Not going to say that it was immediate, but I can say that that's the antidote right there. If you fear that, know that you can get to this place easily, and that looking back on that season, looking back, I remember even writing some journals about I don't want to do this anymore because of those people. And looking back on that, I'm so glad that I didn't let them make me quit. I'm so glad that I figured out how to continue showing up without giving those people that energy. And just my advice to you, if you are fearing that, I think the worst thing you can do is give it power and let it stop you, and let people like that stop you from following your dreams. being the best version of yourself, or like following your mission. That's all we are all here to do. So who cares if a stranger hates you? I'm sure there's many. For me, it's weird that you were getting threats because, like, why? Just unsubscribe. Yeah, I know, but I got them. Yeah. This comment is for Salima. You're a beautiful girl. You got this. Absolutely. This was so great. Go, Salima. You got this, Salima. Salima. You got a lot of support in the comments. I hope you saw it. Alejandra, absolutely. I'll if you want, I'll ask Salima if she wants to be introduced if she doesn't reach out to you, and I'm happy to make that email introduction. So I just have to ask her permission first. I'm sure she'll say yes, and then I'll just connect you guys. Beyonce of herbalism is golden. Absolutely, it's golden. I love that. Incredible to resonate with this community. Thanks for this, Andres. My pleasure and an honor. And I love seeing how people are now just showing up to hear other people's stories and helping each other out, because that's a dream, to be able to create it, to be able to come into the space and to have it be a source of opportunity and a source of growth for everybody who's following their mission. That's all I ever want. And it's a beautiful thing. Oh my God. I think I'm going to bring Komal up. Komal, are you still watching? I know exactly who you are, Komal Shah. Don't think I forgot. If you're still here, you can be the next. So just comment. I don't know how long ago that was. Komal is a teledipper user who's been around for many, many years. And I've had Zoom calls with her. I think I gave her a reading once, but I don't know. I just I ended up like befriending that whole family. Komal, her brother, her father, her mother. They live in San Diego. They're a great family, awesome people. And okay, Komal, she's ready. I know who you are too, of course. All right, Komal, let me find you and send you the link to join me. Okay, Komal. The link is out. Check your email, and I'm going to pull up your chart. We're ready when you are, Komal. Salima, if you want an email intro to Alejandra, let me know, and I am happy to facilitate that. Otherwise, I think maybe you guys, whatever. Like, if you can't figure out how to connect, just ask me, and I'll connect both of you. Would be happy to. Komal is here. Hey, Komal, how are you?
I'm so good. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's been so long. I think like maybe 4 years, maybe more.
Oh gosh, when did I join Teledipity? I don't
Well, you
even.
joined like I think pre-pandemic, but I
Yeah,
remember giving you a reading when I lived in Lisbon. It must have been 2022, and that was I gave you a reading back then. You
yeah.
were or not reading, or maybe it was like just a call, but we talked about you were going to do some online courses about teaching or some initiative around that, and you were planning to, and that was the part of your story where I left off.
I know. I'm laughing because I'm like, I feel like my whole family is so connected with you. I think you had
Yeah. Yeah.
my
I've given readings to all four of you. And yeah.
for my dad, and we all are signed up for weekly forecasts. So on Sundays, if we're ever at home together, we're like, "What'd you get today?" Like, it's always right.
And I have so many questions because I mean I want to hear that everyone's doing well and stuff, but maybe that's not for the stream. Maybe that's for later.
Yeah.
But everyone's doing well, right?
Yeah.
Things are good.
Everyone is
That's
doing
good.
well. Yes.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So give me an update on your life and how can I help in this new reading?
Where do we begin?
Mhm.
I am definitely in the midst of doing the thing once again.
Mhm.
And I think when we maybe last spoke or you had followed my journey, so I had taught for 5 years and then I went to business school. And then I think pandemic, I was writing my book on education and
Mhm.
published that in 2021. And then um, was like trying to get that off the ground, but I was also living at home, which was like mentally a lot for me. So finally moved out because I ended
Congrats.
up going full time. So I was teaching again for 3 years, this past 3 years. And just, I don't think I'm meant for the full time job. So I left again.
You left. Wow. Congrats.
Yeah, so I decided to leave the classroom
Nice.
in June, and
Right in time for the 9 year. That's very aligned.
I know. I'm like, even when you resist it, it just happens. But I think for the first time, I feel a lot of peace with my decision, and I honestly can tell you I don't fully know what's next, and I'm kind of okay with that.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's kind of the energy of my life. But yeah, surrounded by a lot of community here in San Diego. So I do feel really grateful. But yeah.
So what's your dream? What are you chasing? What's next?
Is it weird to say just peace?
I mean, that's everybody's dream.
Yeah.
But we want peace plus something else. What's the something else?
I mean, the dream is I think right now it's laser focused in education because that's kind of my skill set and expertise. So
Mhm.
I want to kind of bridge the gap between the disconnect I think I feel between like schooling and families. I think a lot of
Interesting.
parents need like support with that. And it's what I worked with. So that's kind of the thing. But when I look at like my mission in general, I think a lot of times it's just,
I'm getting flashbacks from your earlier idea. It was a course for parents, right? It was content for parents.
yeah.
Tell me. Like just pitch the vision for us. Even if we don't know if it's a course or if it's an app, whatever, like what are you trying to help parents with?
I think the vision is just to have parents raise their kids consciously in the schooling system. Is to not get them bought into this idea that success is this rat race, because I think when you get older, you realize that that's not actually.
But is that their personal success or their kids' success, like them getting into a good school and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think it's for their kids. I think a
Mm.
lot of times, at least the school I worked at in the last 3 years, I think a lot of kids came to that school because it was different like than traditional schooling. And like, I mean, parents would be crying at conferences because they were like, my kid is excited for the first time in their life to go to school every day. And so, yeah, it's interesting when you ask me that because I get like stuck and like what to say because I think I've always, at least what I wrote about in my book was just like the education system and the way we educate kids can be different than what it is now.
Mhm.
Like the way we align with it. But I think sometimes where I get stuck is I think I know what's best, but maybe someone's not ready for that right now. So I'm like, how do I get you to understand that maybe what you're like pushing your child to do is not always aligned with like their highest good or like what they need to be doing or where they need to
Instinct. You know exactly what you want to
Mhm.
talk about.
be. Hmm.
You are pre-editing it, anticipating pushback.
Probably.
Good instinct or bad instinct?
I think good instinct,
Okay.
but I'm like, how do I? Yeah, I think when I think of my vision, so I don't know if you know who Dr. Shefali is,
Mm-mm.
but she's someone who's like basically about conscious parenting.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be that, but for education for kids.
But you still have this calling to talk to the parents, not the
Mhm.
school system.
Mm.
So and I'm just kind of like sending your stuff back to you just to help you think through it. Like it is conscious parenting, but it's not all of parenting, just conscious parenting around schooling,
Mhm.
around the choices around schooling, not like everything that comes with parenting.
No.
And you have a lot of expertise in it because as a teacher, you saw it. You may not have kids yourself, but you saw it. So you
Mhm.
know what the mistakes are. And you
Mhm.
know how kids suffer from those mistakes. And sometimes those mistakes are from the system, but changing the system is a
It's a
harder
beast,
battle. It's a harder
beast
battle that
related.
maybe is not for you, but you can help parents mitigate those
Yeah.
problems with different choices.
Yeah. Like the apathy and the pressure to get good grades and
Mhm.
test scores and the good college and the job and saying all those things in the name of I want what's best for my kid, but maybe that's
I
not what's
think
best.
I think you would best achieve your pitch and your storytelling with examples.
Mm.
Like, and of course you change the name or like, but like X kid suffered from this and this, and then when I saw them grow up into high school, into whatever, I saw these things,
Mm-hmm.
and I saw Y kid with parents that had these priorities versus that priorities. And the funny thing is that and I'm just inventing stuff, by reducing the attention on like extracurriculars or what college they'll get, they actually did go to a good college, but it was
Mm-hmm.
never the engineered outcome. It was the peace and the exploratory freedom that their parents gave, where the pressure was not in the outcomes themselves. And when you tell those stories side by side, you're explaining that the value of the method that you are selling. You know,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
you have those stories too.
I have too many.
Yeah. You like, I think that's where you can be powerful, by just sharing stories of kids.
Mm-hmm.
Not just because they are the best examples of what you're trying to share,
Mm-hmm.
but also because they demonstrate why you are an expert in this, because you saw it firsthand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because people can look at your certifications and your resume, but they won't know that you're an expert until you tell those stories.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think 8 years in the classroom definitely makes you see a lot.
Mm-hmm. I'm feeling the friction though, is like you have such a clear dream and you are like protecting yourself from it. Like you don't want to just grab it.
Mm.
You are like keeping yourself at a distance, and I want to understand what that distance is. Maybe you can't describe it, but give it a shot.
It's probably because I have a bad like 20 minutes ago. But
It's more because the reason I'm explaining your dreams was because you told it to me before. So it's not a new dream either.
Can I explain the friction a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think maybe I struggled to claim it because in the past when I've claimed it, it's like changed, or it like didn't go the way that I thought it was going to go. So
What were the outcomes that you didn't like? What happened? What did you launch? What was the response? What was that so painful?
I think now in retrospect, it's not as painful because, life works out the way it's supposed to. But I think at the time, I thought that people were really buying into what I was saying. And I like started to gain a following. And it was kind of like I had so much momentum and like with my book writing and communicating that with the world and people just being like, I really resonate with your message. And then I went into teaching, I was on the ground again. And I think things changed because I had to work in the classroom again after being away for 5 years. And so a lot had changed with COVID and things. And so I think right now it's like I have now maybe these different perspectives that when I was sharing my vision before, I like didn't have.
Which is
So
better.
it's like more fine tuned. So maybe there's resistance there, or maybe there's resistance of like, of course, if I claim it, then like, is it going to actually happen? Which I have to own too. Yeah.
Are you afraid it's outdated, the wisdom?
Mm.
Or that it's more relevant now?
I don't think it's outdated. I think it's still real.
So what's gonna prevent you from regaining that following and that audience that you had before?
Oh, nothing. I just have to start.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're
And
still there.
okay. And are you excited about restarting?
Yeah. I think I'm just scared to take the first step. But I think once I do, I think like I'm someone who's too dedicated to stop. So it'll happen. But I kind of gave myself these 2 months off after having.
Oh, that's yeah. And I'm not saying start tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm just because you know what, like when I read your charts and I tell you like this is gonna happen, this is aligned, this is perfect, which is what I see, and I can get into the details. That's not enough if there's something like some expectation or idea or block preventing you from embracing that. The chart won't necessarily fix that. So I'm just trying to kind of like pull it out of you, and not because you know and you're not saying it, but because maybe it's a feeling that you haven't labeled yet or described yet. What's the worst that can happen after you start? The worst outcome.
Oh, it doesn't work out.
So that's not really your fear.
No.
So maybe the fear is that it does succeed. That's a thing.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so exercise for that.
Okay.
Imagine that in 2 years, everything worked and worked massively. It is financial abundance. It is a very large audience that respects you and loves you. And it is this new role that you've been preparing for so many years. And all of it is real and all of it is part of your life. And you are literally sitting there 3 years from now. So picture yourself there. Like try to like build that that image and that those feelings, those emotions, like try to put yourself in the place where all of it worked exactly as you wanted it to, and imagine your life there, and imagine yourself living that life on a normal Wednesday, and looking back on today from that perspective in the future, and reflecting on that journey, and thinking about, wow, like I love my life so much. 95% of it is everything that I wanted, everything that I expected, everything. It's beautiful, not just the rewards that I got, but the impact that I'm having. Um, it's just that other 5% that I really don't like. I feel like this is new, like I didn't have it before, and I actually miss that from back before that success came. I feel like I lost it, and that I'll never get it back. It's only 5%. I'm grieving it. It's fine, but I really miss that part of my life where I wasn't yet successful, because I feel like I lost that I'll never get it back. What is that 5%? Can you name it?
um, of like what I wouldn't get back if I got everything.
The thing in your new life that you don't like anymore, and that you like better back today when you weren't successful yet.
Mm,
The part about the success that you don't like.
mm. Probably the pressure that I now have to uphold that success.
How does that
Yeah.
pressure define? How does that pressure operate from day to day? How do you feel it? What is it about?
Mm. It's like, you know, when you like reach, then there's like an expectation from others that you have to like continue to be that and show that, and that it's like you have to perform again a little bit, right? Like there's a performance and like upkeeping a little bit,
Mhm.
which
Why is that scary?
I think it's because in the past I think I've identified very much with like what I do.
Mhm.
Um, but I think I'm like scared that I'm gonna attach to another identity and it's gonna be like my worth, you know?
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
so maybe that's why I'm like scared to claim it, because I just
Mhm.
don't want to like identify with something once again. Yeah, because I don't think I'm in that place anymore though.
Mhm.
Yeah. I think like I can claim something without it becoming who I am, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it possible that what you are scared of is having to do that forever? Because you really see it as just a value you can provide now,
Mm.
but you don't want the rest of your life to be that role.
Yeah, of course. I'm notorious for a black and white thinker. I'm working on that.
No, but
But
like I think maybe that's what it is. Because the way
yeah.
you're describing the pressure, to me, it sounds like you want this to succeed. You just don't want to do it forever. You want it to be just a season.
Mm.
And you're scared that once you enter that role, that'll be that the
It.
universe will like the parents, the audience, the people will need that from you forever,
Mm.
and you want it to just be a few years and not the rest of your career.
Yeah. I think that's fair to say out loud. Yeah. Okay. Well.
That makes sense. You see success here.
Mhm.
You can see where you are perfectly suited for it,
Mhm.
where you can grab it anytime you want, but you are hesitant about grabbing it because you don't want that to be the rest of your life.
Yeah.
You just want to serve that meal, have the dinner party,
Yeah.
have the guests go home, clean up, and then just do something else.
Yeah. I mean, I think because my biggest gift in this lifetime, I feel, is that I kind of made people see things differently.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, I think what people meet me, I mean, this is personal, but I think even in friendships, I have to be really careful because I think sometimes I can like say things that people aren't ready for because I'm like, see something in them that they haven't yet, you know? So I'm like, okay. But I think in the professional world, it's helped me because I work with kids and they're
Mm-hmm.
malleable. So I can kind of like put up a mirror and be like, but this is like who you actually are, you
Mm-hmm.
know? And they kind of then like, it's like well suited in that job, you know? But it's like now I want to bring that mirror to like parents and like people who are raising these kids because they're the ones who are like perpetuating that onto their children and just being like, okay, like, why are you doing that? Oh, okay, well, like, let's look at your education. I mean, that's the work that I was doing. I would like sit down with adults and be like,
Mm-hmm.
what was schooling like for you? What were your joys and what were your like things that frustrated you? Okay, the things that frustrate you, like, are you still putting that on your children? And they just be like, "Oh, I had like no idea I was doing that, you know?" And it's like, okay, well, like you're in a system that's going to convince you that this is the right way. But like, how are you going to support your kid through that system? It doesn't have to be like that. They can still be in the system,
Mm-hmm.
but you as a parent can navigate it differently for them. Okay, that was a lot easier to say. Now.
That makes me feel like it's not what I was saying, that it's something different.
Mm,
It's like memories of the pushback you got when you gave this advice,
yeah.
like all the resistance to it.
Yeah.
And I think that the answer to that, the way I see it from the outside in, is that I see two elements there that are important. One is that when it's your platform, your audience, people who are paying you, you're felt like you're not talking to every parent of a child in your classroom. You're talking to people who came to get your advice,
Yeah.
and by the very nature of that, that resistance will be gone because they've already chosen you to malleate them. I don't know if that's a word, but they're going to be malleable because they're showing up for that already. So I don't
Right.
think you would encounter the same thing when people are self-selecting by coming to your space.
Fair.
The second one that I think is an interesting one is that I have a feeling, and you can never generalize because everybody's different. When you talk about generations like boomers and Gen X, like they're like, the world is full of outliers, people who are not like the rest of their generation, who are different, who don't fit the mold. So talking about generations is complicated. But I still felt when you were talking, like, I think once you get into millennial parents, they've all been through so much therapy, like they have no problem with self-criticism in
Yeah.
general,
Yeah.
or like into looking at what they're doing wrong and like being told in a way that maybe was harder before because it wasn't as either common or socially accepted to raise your hand and say, I'm fucking this up because I was seeing things wrong. I think there's
Yeah.
more comfort level around that in general, but especially with the 35 to 45 cohort right now
Hmm.
in general.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe some of the statistics of your past experiences come from a different batch of parents who are a different age, and maybe self-selected for different reactions because of the school and the environment you were in. No?
Yeah, maybe. I also think like when I was sharing my vision before,
Mm-hmm.
it was very like big. I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't necessarily like trying to find a specific client because it was my book.
Mm-hmm.
And my book was education, but it was like everyone's gone through schooling.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, it was for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And so my vision was very like, my audience was just everyone. You know, I was
Mm-hmm.
using LinkedIn at the time because that's kind of where I thrive.
Mm-hmm.
And um, yeah, it was like parents, not parents, like people from other countries. It was like international, like people would reach out to me and just be like, I'm in Germany and like I hated my school growing up. Like, thank you for telling me like I'm not crazy, So that's kind of what that era of my life was.
Mm-hmm.
I think now I'm a little bit more like business minded of like, who's my client? Who am I trying to tangibly help? And like, yeah, maybe it is a part of that vision, but
Mm-hmm.
then I want to start kind of from the ground of supporting like certain people and then seeing what happens, and I'm still going to use LinkedIn to still like share vision, but maybe like I want my brand to be called the Parent Classroom, and it's going to be a classroom for parents. And I want to have like a course and like free resources on like, it's back to school. Like, what conversations are you having with your kid about like what that's going to look like? And then I want to consult and like work with parents on like navigating some of these things that they're struggling with their kid in school right now. Or like resources on like, how do you navigate homework? It's like the bane of parents' existence when their kid comes home. Like, how do
Mm-hmm.
you like do that consciously for them and like support them through that process while you're working a 9 to 5? And I've thought about working and going into corporations and doing workshops to support parents who are like working all day. Like, they're away from their kid. Like, do they even know what's happening in school? Like, I can be that eye of like, this is what they're encountering, that they might not be able to. It's like they come home, you're like, hey kid, how's school? And it's just like, nothing is fine. Right. There's no real, like, most kids don't want to talk about it, unless they're young. But yeah, I think now it's a little bit more like, okay, I think I know like certain things that I have that I can at least start creating and see what sticks.
Yeah. Your vision is so clear and so specific. And all the elements are so well thought out. And when you talk about it, you light up. Like it's almost such a gift that you have this video, because you can see your like how your
I didn't even know.
emotions change and your facial reactions change when you were discussing the fears around it and the things that excite you about it that you want to chase, and how
Yeah.
how your whole energy shifts when you talk about one or the other. And I think that's probably and I like, it sounds so simple and so stupid, but that's probably the only shift you need, is to just plug into here and forget
Yeah.
the stuff, like, because
Yeah.
when you talk about going into companies, having this course, like just talking to the people who want to listen to you, like the person in Germany that was so grateful, I don't think you have doubts about how long you want to do that, and I don't think you even feel pressured to talk to those people. There's no pressure in your voice or in your body language at all when you talk about your dream like that. So the fears around pressure, they're not part of your dream, because when you talk about your dream, it's not there. It's
Yeah.
somewhere else. And I think like even when you were describing your dream, you did not even feel like there needed to be an end date to that, or that you didn't want that to be your whole life. It was just like you being excited about being there. So I think the pressure stuff is in another timeline, is in another place that is not really where you're going. Is like a different destination.
I think I'm in an interesting cusp because, when it's like you see your old identity, right? And there's nothing wrong with it because it makes you who you are today.
Mhm.
But gone to a lot of therapy, and it's like I have dismantled like the identity and worth. Like, I just did that this week, and I do hypnotherapy, so I'm like really going into my subconscious, but it was like fear of failure, like all those things. And so it's in a weird way, as I'm talking to you, I'm like, I think it's like my mind is like, but that's what we do. Like, we have those things. Like, why aren't you having those things? And I'm just kind of like, but like my like soul is like, meh, like, we're past that, like, let's go. So it's like, it's interesting that like I actually don't have, I think, those fears and stuff. I think I'm
I
just
agree.
like, let's just do this,
I
like,
agree.
and see what happens,
I
which is
agree.
new for me Because I think in the past there was this like, it better work, it better work, it better work. That like, ugh, you know. And now I'm just like,
It's an old voice that's no
yeah,
longer who you are. Like from
no,
the internal family systems model,
yeah,
it's like one of you. It's not all of you, but that one of you is still talking.
yeah,
And in a previous version of you, you listen to that version of you a lot.
I
And
do.
right now, you can hear it, but you don't
Mhm,
have to listen to it. And that's the change right there. Is like, I don't know that the voice goes away. Like,
yeah.
I haven't smoked a cigarette in like 13 years, and I still crave them. But
Mm,
it's like that's just like, oh, a cigarette would be so cool right now when I'm in my terrace looking out into the sun. It would be so cool. But so the
yeah.
voice never left, even
Mm,
though I don't use that habit anymore. But it's kind of like a weird example of like, you don't get rid of the voice, you just become so good at ignoring it that
mm,
whatever it says, it's not really plugging into your energy anymore. It's just like
yeah.
a little recording in the back. It's like, I'm afraid.
Mhm.
Okay, you know.
There was such like a peace when I left my job in June. You know, there wasn't this like, it was
Hmm.
just like, and it was with love.
Hmm.
Like I love the people there.
Hmm.
But, you know, everyone was just like, "Go do it, Como. Go do
Yeah,
the thing.
yeah,
Like, you can do this."
yeah,
You know? And it's like, "I know. Bye." I'll let follow me. No. Yeah.
yeah. I think in that clip where you were describing what you're gonna do and what the courses are and what the public
Mhm,
speaking is and all of that,
mhm.
there was your evidence that you're actually not scared of that life at all, because you were lighting up, and you'll be able to see the replay. But everybody
Okay.
in the comment section noticed it too.
Oh,
And
really?
that, yes,
I don't have the comments up.
that's
Okay.
the evidence that that life will make you happy because you were happy describing it, and that you
Mm,
actually wanted because you were happy describing it, and
mm.
that is your future because you were happy describing it, and that
Yeah,
it's going to happen because you're
yeah,
happy describing it.
yeah.
The only missing piece is to just remember to stay there and not go somewhere else.
Okay. Sounds good. I think I can do that.
Chart wise, come on.
Yes.
It's all there. It's all there. It's your new 9-year cycle. It is. Let me give you the story real quick. I think that there's a first foundation building stage that is very short. It starts in September of this year already. Like, you're just getting a head start. You don't have to wait until your new 9-year cycle. Let me just pull up where I see dates real quick.
Okay.
Um, September to May.
Mhm.
September 2026 to May 2027. It's almost like you are working on all the behind the scenes stuff before
Mhm.
you go back on stage. I don't know what that means for you, but it's like writing the content before publishing it, building the site before launching it. It's just like the back end work. I think May of next year it's an important date. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm here. I'm here.
I was about to tell you cut out.
No,
Okay.
yeah. So it's a good event for future people who are in the readings.
Mhm.
Uh, sometimes the stream does this, but just wait for me to come back and don't leave, because if you leave, then the stream ends. So if that happens to anybody in the future, just I will be back. So What was the last thing you heard me say?
You're going to like do back end things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
May is an important date because that's the beginning of your new life. And I think that what your chart is talking about is that after that first reintroduction into some sort of public stage, there's quicker growth for a year. That's May 2027 to May 2028 is like the people are ready to hear, and it's a very smooth journey to start either rebuilding that following or going ahead of that for a whole year. And then after that year, so we're talking May 2028, you go into another foundational building stage for whatever reason. So almost like then you have the audience and then you have to build something again. Maybe that's more the course or more like something, but in like now it's not like you're going back stage again, but now you're doing both at the same time. Now that you have that evidence, you're building the real engine of what your service is, what you're going to sell, whatever. And maybe that I'm not saying that that's the first thing you sell. Maybe you've been selling already, but this is like almost like the real product is getting prepared there rather than just the stage. And then again, May 2030 at this point. Yes, 2030. No, 2029. May 2029. A new growth spurt, bigger audience for another year, and then it's off to the races. Then it just looks like this. That's why I saw that when you started talking, but I know that sometimes saying it's going to work is not enough because there's something else. There's some other kind of friction there. I hope that we got into it. Maybe we didn't. I was trying to, but I can see why your prior attempt was a preview of coming attractions rather than the real thing.
Yeah.
Kind of like it was meant to be short. You were meant to go back. It wasn't supposed to be born back then. That was just part of the preparation stage for you, both in terms of skill and ownership of the knowledge, but also in terms of the becoming the person that could carry it, because you weren't that back then, and now you are.
Yeah, I think the past 3 years and like what I was exposed to in my job was like very pivotal and needed for me to do what I need to do next. And one of the biggest things is like not only I got to see progressive education, like I got to see what it tangibly looks like and how to do it. But I also think it's because it's like you fail forward a lot at my job, and I like needed to dismantle.
Also in entrepreneurship, same thing. Yeah.
I needed to like the need for perfection needed to go away, and it did. 3 years of that, of just like that's just the name of the game at the school I worked at. So
and entrepreneurship.
Yeah, exactly. I told my coworkers when I left, I'm like, y'all prepared me, so like thank you. Because like we do projects with kids and like they fail all the time, and then we'll just tell the kids, we're like, we'll try again tomorrow. That's just like what you do. So you never got it right. You just tried at something and see if it worked. And so that was like very important for me to like be where I am now, to be like, okay, I know what that feels like. And it's like, you're okay. You have people who will like help you get back up and like do the next thing. But it's not a big of a drop as you think in your head it's going to be. Like there's a cushion, you're fine.
Absolutely. And I hope that that stays with you, because I'll say it this way. For the next 9-year cycle, 2027 to 2035, this is it. This is what you're doing. Yeah. This is the time of your life where you do this, where you have this impact, where you bring this, and where you're rewarded for it. After that, you might change. You will have every opportunity to go somewhere else if you want. It's just this 9-year cycle, and then you can decide. You could stick with it, you could not, but it's just this 9-year cycle. So with that in mind, all I want for you is to not give up. Okay. Because there will be easy years and hard years. There will be years where you're getting all the evidence that you're aligned, and years where you lose it, and there's no signs that you're on the right track. And the only thing you need to do is not give up and keep going.
Okay.
And all the success is there, and it is what you're supposed to be doing, and it is your time to do it, and it is going to be a journey that you will adore, and that's going to reward you in a million ways, one of which will be money, but that's not the only one.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be where you get your self-worth for you to enjoy that success and for you to want it, have it, and enjoy the shit out of it. That doesn't mean that you are associating your value with it either. So with that whole lesson about not making your professional accomplishments your value, or not associating too much with all that stuff, I think those are important lessons. But don't push them to the extreme where then they make you ashamed of wanting success, because that's different.
Okay.
If it doesn't matter to you, you can still have it. You can still want it. It's just that once you get it, you're not afraid to lose it. And that's where the value of that lesson really is. It's not in keeping you from it.
Okay. I appreciate you saying that. I did want to ask, like,
Yeah.
I think right now, if you were to ask me, like, what are you going to do next month for rent, right? Because I'm just kind of like doing a bunch of stuff, and I'm kind of doing it for fun. So, like, the way if you were to ask me, how are you going to make income next month? I'm like, well, I'm building this stuff on the back end, but as I'm doing that, because like I want to create a free resource. August is kind of when kids go back to school, so I like do want to start some stuff just to like get that going. But I want to dog sit and tutor and like kind of just do different things right now for money. But it's like that's kind of the direction I'm going, which is very new for me. And I'm excited about it. I want to like teach dance classes. Like I just kind of want to do these other things. And so I just wanted to make sure, I guess, that was like aligned, or maybe it's not.
Yeah. No, I think those are very good instincts.
Okay.
And I think like I'll try to give you, because I think it's a balance.
Yeah.
On this end, you want to not rush into monetizing the knowledge.
Okay.
And taking it slowly so that you find the right offer and you find the right clients and you build your audience first, and you accept that the income from the main endeavor won't come immediately, but those stages before you monetize it still matter and still need your full attention and your full energy. But I think it's very smart not to force it immediately. Like I'm going to sell something about this immediately to pay rent, because I think when you're not forcing it to pay you in the beginning, that's when you make the best choices.
Okay.
On the other end of the spectrum, you don't want to fill your life so much with side gigs that there's no energy for this.
Okay.
So I think that it's all instinctual
Yeah.
at every point in the journey, but I think that it is very smart to tutor and dog sit to keep the pressure off of this thing that you're building for the first year or two.
Yeah.
You just want to build it so that you're paying for your life, but there's still all this free time to start focusing on this.
Okay. I think that's good advice. Yeah. Because then, you don't want to also be like avoiding it because you're like,
exactly.
oh, make
Exactly.
money. So I don't need to do anything for that,
Yeah.
Okay.
But I and this is personal opinion, because there will be other people that give different advice. I think it's so important to not pressure your new business to cover your life expenses in the first couple of years. I think it's the best way to start building it, because when you jump into monetization out of need first, you usually, that's when you start going away from your mission right away. So I think it's very smart to just find other ways in the beginning. I remember like doing translations, doing like it's just whatever. And I think that's absolutely the best way, and I think it's a good idea.
Okay.
And I know so many people that just have been doing that for years. Like I know somebody who has been in this site where you house sit for people who are traveling and you take care of their dogs. And she's been doing that for 2 years. Like, she doesn't have an apartment. She just goes to the next house sitting gig, and because she has so many reviews on the site that it's like Airbnb and stuff, like they seek her out all the time, and they're like, she's building something, but she's been doing that, and that's how she covers her expenses. So there's so many creative ways to do that.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's smart.
In a weird way, it's like fun for me because I just feel like I came from something where it like took it's like the life out of me. So I'm like, oh my gosh, I could have just walked dogs. It sounds great.
Yeah. And there's so much demand for that. So
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. This is very affirming. And I mean, it's like, but it's nice to hear it.
It's nothing more powerful than confirmation. Always.
Yeah.
I am so excited for you, Como. And I want to just see, like, I follow you everywhere. I follow you on Instagram already. But yeah, right? Yeah. But like, I want to see the story play out. I don't want to just like not. So like, just keep me updated.
Okay, sounds good. Are you on LinkedIn?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
add me. Add me.
That because that's usually the one that I use there. So yeah,
sounds good. And say hi to your parents and your brother for me.
I will.
Say that I say hi and that I hope everybody's doing well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
It's great talking to you. Great catching up.
I know. It feels so good. Next time we can catch up on other things. But until then.
Sounds good. Perfect.
Bye, Andres.
Bye-bye. Lots of comments to read. Let's read them. I work in the K-12 education as well, but not as an educator, and I love working in this field. Beautiful. Firmly believe you don't have to step on or step over someone to get ahead. Absolutely. If you have success isn't talked about enough. I know. And I mean, I have so many thoughts, but I can only really speak to what my fear of success was and how I got over that. Because everybody's is a little bit different. But I think that the exercise that I walked her through is how you identify what part of the success you're really uncomfortable with or you don't want. And going through that exercise is usually what helps you see what it is. It's giving off prophetic exhortation. What year are you in, Komal? This is just very much on point with what I'm living into. Komal was on a 9-year. Is on a 9-year. No, Komal is in a 9-year. My 1 year feeling very like an extended 9-year. That might be because of other parts of your chart. Remember, the 9-year cycle is only one part of your chart, and then there's others, and that's what comes up in these readings. The 9-year cycle is important. There's a lot of guidance there, which is all the teledipity is helping you through every turning point of the 9-year cycle and all the lessons and all the things to think about and all the turning points and all the key dates. But it's not exactly the same. I'm just using metaphors to help you understand what the place of the 9-year cycle in the whole numerology ecosystem. It's kind of like when you get a horoscope for your sun sign, but then your chart has like the Jupiter position and the Mars position and the whatever position, and all of those influence what's going on in your life right now. In numerology is the same thing. When we look at the 9-year cycle, that's a part of the story, but there's other parts of the story that are just about you and just about your chart. And that's the place where you can only go when you have a numerologist reading you live, like we're doing in this stream, because all of that cannot be in just like either an app's algorithm or an app's interpretation. And that's the value of getting a live reading from a good numerologist. So let's talk more. I need a little bit of a break before I bring the next person on. The stream has been going on for 4 hours. We still have 2 hours to go. It's been a great stream so far. Lots of great moments. I love what am I trying to say? The last reading with Komal was incredible. It was exactly the kind of reading that I love having on the stream. And the one before, which was Salima's, was also just as good. Because what makes the stream valuable, the reading valuable, is not that somebody shows up and then I tell them their future. Is that somebody shows up and that we use their numerology chart to talk about the pain points or the friction in the transition that they're going through right now. In order to achieve that, you have to be the kind of person that wants to open up in a public forum and that wants to dig into that. That's how we have the best conversation, and that's how we make the reading valuable for everybody else. You have to keep in mind that I normally charge for readings and that it's a service coming from a skill that's been developed for over a decade. And to give it for free is a gift that I'm offering you because I know it provides value to other people, and I'm setting that value there to the audience, to the people watching, not just on the live stream, but later when some of these videos get published, because not all of them do. And for that value exchange to work properly, the value you get, the value the audience gets, and the value I get, we all have to put in our part. We all have to contribute what is needed for that value chain to be activated and for everybody to get something meaningful out of the exchange where no money is changing hands. And if you are coming to just get a reading without opening up, first of all, it's not going to work because I'm not that kind of reader. I don't have a crystal ball with me, so I cannot just talk the entire reading without getting your feedback. I won't be able to do much with that. My readings are good because they build on what you're telling me, and I compare that to the chart, and that's where I get the insight. If you cannot throw the ball back, the exchange breaks, and first of all, the reading is not as valuable, but secondly, the exchange doesn't work, and the audience isn't getting value, and the channel isn't getting value, and you're not getting value because I'm not able to give you the best reading. Also, if for whatever reason you are, and I want to make this very clear, you've seen me promote to everybody who comes, ask for the links to send people to wherever it is that you're building. I'm completely cool with you coming here if you want to talk about what you're doing, absolutely, but you still have to participate in the exchange. If your idea of coming to stream is to promote your whatever you're building or launching, but you just want to do that, and then you don't participate in the exchange, you don't want to open up, be vulnerable, have the reading, you're not even interested in the insight, you just want to talk about what you're doing, A, the exchange is breaking, and B, I think, like, in all honesty, like I want to set a boundary there. That's a misuse of the gift I'm offering. So I definitely feel friction in those cases. They've happened before. And just be aware of that. If you want to come because you want to promote, you still have to participate in the exchange. And it is very important. And let's keep the value chain alive. Let's give the audience something meaningful. Let's give the channel something meaningful. And I am more than happy to give you all the value that you're seeking in terms of connecting, sending you people, promoting your stuff in the link, all of it. But in order to activate all of that, the value has to be there too for the video. And in that value, in that video, is the vulnerability, is it talking about the things that are hard for you, is in the not wanting to be perfect on screen, and it's in the having a real conversation. That's what this platform and that this venue is for. And as long as all of that is present, I am going to give that value back with open arms, with open hearts, with joy, because I'm not the kind of person who isn't focused on reciprocity. Reciprocity is all I think about, all I worry about, all I want everywhere where I show up. So let's be reciprocal all. And thank you to the audience for engaging. Thank you for watching. Thank you for contributing. And for those of us who are going to come into the stage next, remember that value exchange. That's very important. And to be clear, I'm not talking about Coma. I'm not talking about Selena. I'm not even talking about anybody today. It's just something that's been on my mind based on a few recent exchanges that I thought might be just important to say out loud. Hey, Pritish. Yes, I just read your sister. How are you, man? How's everything going? I think I haven't talked to you even longer than her. I hope everything is going great. I've been seeing my birthday number everywhere. What's the significance? Amazing question. I have so many. Like, the answer to this is like, great question. I'm going to answer that in a second. Let me just read the other comments and I'll jump into that spiel. This has happened in the past, but not to this extent. Yes. 1125 is the number, if that makes a difference. I'm going to answer that right now. All right, let's do this. Thanks for setting boundaries. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for holding them and for understanding them. I appreciate that as well. Okay, so I've been seeing my birthday number everywhere. Timers, reading, TV. What's the significance? Huge, huge significance, and this applies to everybody. Because right here, the fact that your birthday is 11/25 is not really the interpretation of these moments. It's not about the 11 or the 25. It's about the fact that it's your birthday and that you're seeing it everywhere. What does it mean? When you start seeing your birthday number everywhere, a timer, a computer, a license plate, everywhere, and you're constantly noticing it, the universe is trying to get through to you. And that's usually, the message is very simple. The things you're thinking about, the things you're considering are important to your life's journey and to your life story. And those choices matter. So whenever you have a synchronicity like that, and that's about all numbers, 1111, 2222, or whatever, it's not about the numbers having meaning in and of themselves. The universe is pointing you towards the thing you were thinking about the moment you saw the number, or right before, like 5 minutes before, 10 minutes before. So you really, when you have those moments of synchronicity, the first thing you need to do is think, like, what was I just thinking about? What decision was I just considering? What idea did I just have? And then the message of the number will make sense. And when it's your birthday number, the universe is telling you not just to believe that thought, to believe that idea, or to believe that decision you're considering but haven't really taken yet, or that risk you're considering that haven't you really taken yet, but to know that it's key to your life story, that your life story depends on that idea, decision, risk, and that you need to trust it. Not just because it's right, but because your life story depends on that. So you have to really think about what you're thinking about when you see that number. And once you start noticing the pattern, you'll understand what the universe is trying to tell you. I keep seeing my birthday. What are you thinking about when you see the birthday? What has been a decision that has been on your mind so much during this time that you've been seeing your birthday everywhere? The universe is pointing to that, and it's telling you, not only is it important, you need this for your life story to continue on the journey it's supposed to go on. So it's a huge sign, huge signal. And if you keep seeing it, but you don't really know what you've been thinking about where you see it, just take note of it next time. What were you thinking about, either in the moment you saw it or right before? And that's where the message is. Hello, I love Teledipity, Brazilian flag. Hello, Laura. I love Brazil. And I love everybody who's on the stream today, and everybody who's in the app, and everybody who's watching and participating. The stream is awesome. I love talking to everybody. I love answering these questions on the chat. I love bringing people for the live reading. So it's a joy and a pleasure and an honor to be here. I am so grateful for everybody who's here. And we still have 2 hours left on the stream, so there's way more to talk about. Let me just take a little water break and give me stuff to talk about in the chat. Let's answer a couple more questions before we do the next reading. So I'm just going to drink water while I see more comments coming up. Well, funny how it's the thing I chose to commit to and pursue all of the ideas I have to. Lol. This is all stemming from your reading from where you told me to pick something. Oh, May. I'm trying to remember which reading this was, May. I think. Are you the one in Yonkers? Remind me. And then I'll have more thoughts. I think that's who you are. I think. It's 11:11. Oh, wow. That's serendipitous. 11:11 means pay attention to what's being said right now or to what you're thinking right now. It's important. It's pay attention. 11:11 is pay attention. It's not an angel number about good luck or manifesting. I can get into that rant, but maybe that's for another time. Brooklyn. Okay, so you're not the one I was thinking about. May, remind me a little bit about your reading. Let me connect to the reading. Maybe I can give you more about that 11:25 thing. What did we talk? Like, give me something that will remind me. 11 here and teledipity literally changed my life. Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you. I'm so grateful that that I was able to be there for you. Thank you. May, I know you have a ton of ideas, but I think if you think about them, I think you know which the prominent one is. The one that has more weight, that excites you more, that you think about more. I think if you were to rank them, you know where they rank. You just have to pick the top ranked. And remember, I'm saying this with the utmost love and empathy and memory because I stood there in one place too. Sometimes the indecision, the confusion about one idea versus the other, sometimes that's us protecting ourselves from the action and not an actual confusion. Like, we already know which idea we want and we already know which one is the best one, but we still want to have the 3 or 4 because that's an easier thing to think about or problem to solve or confusion to have than whatever comes after committing and getting started. So it can just be like a weird subconscious defense mechanism rather than an actual confusion. I think you know which one is the best, and I think you know which one you want the most, and I think you're ready to choose. And I think every time you see 11:25, the universe is pointing you to that. You're ready, May. Let's go, May. Teledipity has gotten to a point where it feels like someone is watching you in your home. Too accurate at times. Well, thank you. I am definitely not. I don't have any spying technology. I don't think we do not have the money for that, nor would we ever do that. But it's just numerology. It's just numerology. Proud of how far you've come with it. Thank you, Pritish. Thank you. And I am I've been reflecting a lot on all the friends I've made through teledipity, through all of its stages, and you and Komal and your parents come up a lot. Just this is like really strange, cool friendships that are 100% virtual for people that I connected with, and like sometimes we fall out of touch. Like I haven't heard from them in years, but it's the coolest part about doing this work is the friends you make, and I consider you one of them, Pritish, and I'm so grateful to have you there. I remember we were talking back in the middle of 2020 when we were all confused about what the hell was going on with the world, and I'm also grateful that you've been here this long. I got the flow calendar, and it's more accurate than ever. Thank you, Vanessa. Vanessa, I'm recruiting some testimonials for the flow calendar. I would love if you could send me one. If you could take a second to reply to any teledipity email and just say, "Here's a testimonial for the flow calendar," and just write a couple of lines or a paragraph about it, I would be so grateful. We need those. We haven't asked for those, and I'm looking for a few. Now I remember you, May. Now I remember you, May. It was that we connected on like my story of the cold calling job that was making me feel trapped, and you said, "Oh, that's exactly what I have." I think is that what your reading was? I think that's just so you know, May and everybody else. Like I have a really good memory. I remember all of the past readings, but I'm not so good with names. Sometimes not great with faces, but my memory is all stories. So if I remember the story of our reading, then I can place you very quickly, and I remember which reading that was. I keep waiting to find. Let me just get this trash out of my screen. To find my flow again. I feel like I was in a several year expansion and endless serendipity, 2011, 2011, 2007, 2011. But I feel like I've been out of the river and in rocky terrain ever since. I know exactly what you're talking about. And let me answer that question. I'm just going to read a couple comments first, and I'm going to come back to this question because it's really powerful. Amazing. I'm going to do that. I'm seriously one of your biggest fans. Thank you, Vanessa. So grateful. I share teledipity with everyone. I cannot thank you enough, Vanessa. Thank you. Thank you for that favor because it really, really helps us. Thank you. Yes. Okay, May. Now I got it. Now I got the memory right there. Okay. The Matrix of Destiny. I don't know what the Matrix of Destiny is. I don't think I'm familiar with it. Okay. Finding your flow again after you lost it. I know exactly what you're talking about. I think that the way I perceive it for myself, which I don't know if this is really what's going on, but I'm a storyteller, so I tend to give narratives to what I'm feeling, both spiritually and emotionally. I feel like our higher self is like is not like the same like universal intelligence / like source or God in the religious term that's the same for everybody, but our higher self is kind of like an energy that's for us, that's just ours, that is external, that we can plug into, and that's where our ideas and our talents and our vision and our genius comes from, is when we are plugged into the higher self. But our higher self is not all of us. Our higher self is kind of like a guide assigned to us that is its own entity, has its own personality, has its own perspective. It's very, very specific to us. And this is like the higher self, and then there's, I don't want to call it the lower self, but like the human and the body with the insecurities and the fears and the anxieties and everything else. So a higher self is something you channel in your moments of most clarity and most silence and most like we'll call it vibrational alignment. And it's what we stop hearing when we're disconnected from that. So it is very normal to have years where you're so plugged in, it's like you are hearing it all the time in a megaphone. And it's also so normal to have years where you cannot connect to it when you're so separated from it. And the way I think about that is that I think that sometimes it's intentional. Like the higher self will be quiet and let you just live life without sending you all these messages, because you need to drive the car by yourself for a little bit, and then it will come back when it knows that you've grown enough to actually receive its messages. So sometimes it's not because you lost your ability to connect, but because your higher self is being quiet on purpose for a reason, and you don't have to understand that reason. You just have to know, like, clearly, like, this is a stage where I have to just handle things myself. And sometimes it's because you are disconnected from it, from fears, from insecurities, from being too concerned with other things or too worried about other things, or because you have objectives that are different from it. Like your higher self wants you to pursue X path, and you're out there like trying to build a business that has nothing to do with it, or trying to be successful in a career that has nothing to do with it. So it's hard to listen when you are like forcing your life into a different direction. Of course, you're never going to know if you're in one or the other. But I think it's very powerful to know that sometimes the higher self voice is quiet intentionally, and to not panic about it, and to not try to fix it necessarily, and to just do your best to live your best life while that's silent. And you know why I see it that way? Because this is a thing that artists specifically understand a lot better than entrepreneurs or engineers or anything else, because an artist will perceive that as like I can't tap into my talent as easily as before. And writers specifically will call it writer's block. And they all go through that. Sometimes it lasts years. It's like this talent that you have is not available for whatever reason. And it's very normal. And the way to activate that connection again, to come back into flow, to listen to your higher self again, to come back into alignment, is to not worry so much about it. To not get stuck in like, I lost that connection. To not see it as a problem or try to fix it directly. To fix it indirectly by just continuing to follow the path that you know you're on without worrying about it. Sooner or later, it returns. It always does. I've gone through that. I would say that I lost the connection like January 2025 and regained it like May of this year. And I was still working on Teledipity. I was still writing emails. I was still doing everything. But I did feel like there was a piece of me that was not live. And I couldn't get it back either forcefully or with any ritual or with any specific action. I only really got it back by no longer worrying about it and just continuing to do my best. And it returned. And I think sometimes there's a reason for that. And I understand the reason now in my own story. That's maybe a story for another day, but there's always a reason for it. So it's after you get it back and you reflect on what you went through while the connection was off that you understand why it needed to be off, because there's always a reason. So don't worry about it. Don't force it, and don't look for someone selling you a formula on how to reactivate it. It's usually just bullshit. All you have to do is stay positive and keep doing your best, and the connection returns. I need a little bit more of a break before the next reading. I feel like I just went through a big energy exchange, and I need to recharge the spiritual battery, the mental battery, before I give space to somebody else and connect to their chart in their reading. So if you are patient with me, I'm just going to answer questions for a couple more minutes, and then we'll jump back on. Just drop something 1 second. Let's chat more. I love the last couple of questions. They were awesome. I want more questions like that. I need another rant before I'm ready for the next reading. And remember, if for whatever reason my face freezes, my video freezes, and I lose the connection, don't close the stream. Don't go anywhere. I can come back in. You just have to wait, because it happens sometimes. And I may need to change streaming softwares. But for now, that's like, don't worry, don't leave. I'll be back. How did 1111 get misconstrued as manifestation instead of pay attention? Enlighten me. I appreciate you. You have the best questions. Thank you so much for that. I can explain that. How did 1111 get misconstrued as manifestation instead of pay attention? The answer is social media. The biggest answer is that the market will always respond stronger to superstitious content rather than to spiritual content. Because spiritual content will always tell you that that there's an evolution required, that there's something to learn, that there's something required of you before you can activate the blessings you seek. And spiritual content always places the power outside of you. You just have to encounter the right number, or reach the right date, or conduct the right ritual, and then you activate stuff without having to change or without having to do anything different. So of course, there's bigger demand for one than the other. There's bigger demand for content that tells you this is what you have to do versus content that tells you it's 11:11, go make an intention and it will happen. That's superstition, because superstition is not always about bad luck. It's also about good luck. If I just started saying in the stream, like, write 2222 100 times and your wishes will come true. Write 1111 100 times and your wishes will come through. There's an audience for that. There's a paying audience for that. And do you think that the accounts on TikTok and Instagram that are putting this content out don't know that? You think they don't know that every time they post something like today's your big luck, everything's about to change next month, the alignment between Pluto and Jupiter is about to unlock all these abundant things in your life? You think they don't know that you will like hearing that you will like and comment, that you will share, that it will make their account bigger, and then they'll get to monetize that in whatever way possible, like with revenue share or whatever? So superstitious content, it sells. So a numerologist can explain all about the 1111, but it's not about angel numbers and it's not about good luck. It's about the message behind the numbers and the information the universe is trying to deliver. And that information is never about you've just crossed the line from bad to good and now everything's going to go in your favor. It's never about that. It's always about, this is the moment where you might want to change this, evolve this, confront this, grow this, make this decision, take this risk, notice this side of your life, develop this talent, work on this mastery, forgive this person, take a leap. And then if you do that, you'll get the rewards you seek. That's the difference between spirituality and superstition. And spirituality is about what you can do for yourself, and superstition is about what the universe can do for you. I imagine that our numerology years, not life path numbers, start on our birthdays. How is teledipity so accurate since we start with the calendar year? It's wild. Jonalin this is a very common question. I've answered it in previous streams. I'm going to answer it briefly right now. I had a longer answer in a previous stream that I'm cutting into a standalone video. So if you subscribe to the channel, that video is going to come up in the feed very shortly. But I'll answer it quickly right here, right now. Numerology is not one system like astrology is. So for Western astrology, everybody who learns Western astrology, everybody who is an expert in Western astrology, everybody who writes a book about Western astrology, they're all following the same formulas. With numerology, there's a million different systems, different formulas, different interpretations for each number. But the problem is, and the confusing thing for a newbie or someone who's starting out with numerology, is that they think that it's all one thing, one system, and one set of rules and one set of formulas, and it really isn't. Everything that calls itself Pythagorean numerology is not necessarily everything that I'm using or all the formulas that I'm using. And there's different schools of thought about the personal year and the formulas to calculate it and where master's numbers come from. You just don't know that if you're an outsider because you assume everybody's doing the same system, but they're not. There is a school of thought in Pythagorean numerology that the personal year begins on the birth date. And then there's another school of thought in Pythagorean numerology that the personal year begins on January 1. The January 1 numerology school of thought is older, is more commonly followed, has a lot of has a longer lineage, and a lot of the more respected numerologists, not from today, but from long past. Some of them from the 80s, from the 70s, some of them from the 1910s. So that it has a longer history. Birthday to birthday numerology is a little bit more niche. And if you've learned it from somebody or you read a book about it, the only thing you need to know is that it's not the numerology I follow, and it's not the system that I'm using, even though both of us call it numerology. So that's just how it is. It's not a science. It's not mathematics. The system lives and dies on the interpreter, and the interpreter develops their reasons for using certain formulas and interpreting the numbers in the personal years in a specific way. It's not that I'm alone in my interpretation. There's a bunch of people that follow my way of doing things or our way of doing things. It's just that it's not everybody. So what does that mean for you? Don't worry about the formula. Follow the numerologist that gives you the best interpretations. That is describing your life more accurately. That is providing you with content that has impact and that is useful. If you get stuck on, well, I follow birthday to birthday numerology versus January 1 numerology, I don't know. I don't know that that's the right question to answer, because there's no agreement, and there are hundreds of different types of numerology. So it's just about trusting the practitioner and his choices or her choices, not about deciding which one is the correct formula. Now, if you want my thoughts on why I use January 1 numerology and why it makes more sense to me based on how numerology measures things and how the formulas are built in the first place, that I already gave that spiel in the last stream, and it'll become a standalone video very soon. So just wait around for that, because I don't want to do the whole speech again. But the easy answer is there's a lot of different types of numerology. and the one that says it starts on the birthday is a different system with different formulas, with different interpretations. And even though there's a lot that's shared, it's not at all what teledebris is doing. And if teledebris is resonating with you, that's all you need to know. I've been in a long-term transit for the past 3 years, and the flow calendar doesn't say when it actually go until. It just goes until the end of the current flow calendar. Yeah, because long-term transits sometimes last 15 years. Long-term transits sometimes last 2 years. It just depends on your chart. If you want to jump into a live reading, I can tell you the answer. But long-term transits, they don't have set times. These come from your name, so they're very specific to you. And I've seen long-term transits go on for 15 years. And there's others that only last 4 years, and there's others that only last a couple. It just depends on your chart. So the reason you're not getting the end date is because you're probably in one that's just much longer than the years you're buying the calendar for. You are the most accurate numerologist I've ever met. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's an amazing compliment to get, and I receive it, and I am so grateful for it. Thank you. What's up, Andres? Andres? Look at me just bastardizing my own name with English. Toby Height. That makes the way you're saying hi makes me feel like we know each other. Toby Height. I'm trying to place that name. We've talked before, haven't we? Andres is AI. I'm pretty sure. No. Well, now that's the opposite. That's not a compliment. You know what? It's a good point here. Not only am I not AI, you know, Pritish, I was just as accurate before AI was even live, long before ChatGPT was launched. And more importantly, it is my personal opinion, but it is a very, very, very well-rounded opinion based on direct skill and knowledge, is that AI is not smarter than any individual human at all. Any human is always going to be smarter than AI. So this idea that AI is smarter than all of us needs to go away because it's not true. So let's answer one more question before the next reading. And I apologize because I just got a DM from the software developer. He needs an answer, so I'm gonna answer him and type. But I want more questions to come in the chat while I'm doing that, so that we answer one more question. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to DM to respond to my developer right here because this is a little urgent. 1 second. That's it. I responded. What are your thoughts on AI through the lens of numerology? Amazing question. I'm going to answer that in a minute. Let me just read the other ones. I did get a reading from you once, but your numerology method is so wild and beyond my comprehension. But every Sunday, I look forward to my forecast. Thank you, Toby. Thank you. It helps me stay prepared for life shenanigans. That's such a great line. Toby, have you ever posted a review on the App Store? If you haven't, could I ask you the favor to do that? Because we need it. We need more reviews on the App Store, and I love the way you wrote that. So if you could do me that favor, maybe not now, maybe later, like I would so appreciate that tiny little favor. But thank you for that. Helps me prepared for life shenanigans. I think I want to use that. Maybe I'm just in a 15-year transit. No. Worlds Within, yes, sometimes they last 15 years. That's an extreme example. That's very rare. That does not necessarily mean that that's you. For you, it could be 6 years. For you, it could be 4 years. I wish I could just give you that answer, but I would have to look at your full chart, not just pull up your Teledipity profile. Thank you, Toby. I appreciate it so much. Yes, Daniela, thank you. And yes, I should have said that to everybody watching. If you could do it now or later today, write a review on the app stores. It's something that we really need right now because all apps still ask for it at certain times, and we never really did that. And now we're going to start doing it. But the amount of reviews that we have on the app stores does not really represent the amount of people using it, and it's something that we have to address. So if you love Teledipity and you would happily give a 5-star review on the app stores, please help me out with that, and I would be eternally grateful. Thank you. Okay, back to Pratish's question. My thoughts on AI through the lens of numerology. Through the lens of numerology, I think when you think about it, AI is what numerology was for hundreds, thousands of years. The way people use ChatGPT right now is to ask about their lives. What's going on? Why am I facing these problems? What should I do about them? When are they going to end? That's the same hunger that some people are now projecting to ChatGPT and people used to project onto numerology. Deeper still, both numerology and AI are pattern recognition systems. That's what they are. You forecast the future based on patterns of the past. And numerology is a 2,300-year-old pattern recognition system that has been adopted and improved and perfected by so many practitioners, people like me, over centuries and centuries and millennia. And it's almost like an algorithm that pinpoints life cycles, turning points, lessons, wisdom, and the correct wisdom for you to be metabolizing at different times. So I think numerology is the ancestral AI. I also think current AI is dangerous to use in that way. I've been watching this in myself and others, and I've been reflecting on it because AI is very powerful when it comes to automating boring tasks that you never want to do, that hold you back from your creativity, from your best self, from your dreams, like a spreadsheet, like coding something, like just the busy work that you want to get out of the way. So when I started using AI for that, everything changed because my energy is more available for the things that matter, and it's not consumed by the things that don't. But the things that really matter, your creativity, your point of view, your originality, your authenticity, your self-trust, are things that are also being degraded by AI because AI is getting into places where it shouldn't be, like giving life advice via that chatbot, or becoming the creative force behind people's work, writing their blogs for them, creating their songs for them, creating their brand for them, creating their positioning for them, creating their business strategy for them. That's not a good use of AI, because think about what AI is. AI is statistics and models to bring out the most high likelihood outcome from all the past results. You ask AI for a brand, it's going to build a brand like everybody else already has. It's not going to be original. You ask AI for a business plan, it's going to give you the business plan that works for everybody, but the one that everybody's already doing. So it's not really giving you an advantage. It's just making you follow the path everybody else is following, that where the traffic is jammed, where everybody's trying to go. So success as a person, as an artist, as a soul, is always in choosing the path nobody wants, that nobody believes in, that everybody thinks will fail, and then it turns out work perfectly for you. And the thing that points you to that path is your internal guidance system, not an algorithm, a system, a software built by a very small group of Silicon Valley people that have a very specific worldview, a very specific definition of success, a very specific understanding of what a human is and what makes a human happy and what makes a human fulfilled, and is replicating that worldview into this thing and just spreading it around the world. And then people use it thinking that AI is the smartest thing in the room, smarter than all the humans, smarter than everybody else, that thing that has all the information, the thing that has ingested all the information and understands all the information, and that's where you get the best answer about your medical problems, about your psychological problems and emotional problems, about your dreams, about your strategy, about your creative work. It's not any of those things. It's one thing to say, well, this is going to help me build my code faster. That's great. But help you create your self-identity, helping you find the thing that makes you unique, helping you develop your mastery, your genius, helping you be original and authentically yourself. AI cannot do that, but people think it can. And then they ask everything of it. Should I do this? Should I do that? This strategy or that strategy? Should I keep dating this person? Should I forgive this person? Should I move to this city? Should I move to, like, why are you asking AI that? AI doesn't know. AI will give you a confident answer, but AI has no idea what you need. And it never will. It doesn't matter how good it gets. That's not a good source. And I think thoughts on numerology and AI, at least numerology presented well, makes you think about things and reconnect with your inner voice rather than give you a specific thing to do. It's not going to be specific enough to own you in that way. And when I say own you, I really mean own you. Like, I don't know if you know people like this, but I've seen them everywhere. Smart people, successful people, talented people, now asking AI for everything. Claude or ChatGPT, should I do this? Should I do that? Should I do this? Should I do that? Like, you're degrading your own decision-making abilities. You're degrading your own ability to tap into instinct and believe it. You're degrading your own intelligence. You're degrading your own creativity. You think that won't atrophy if you stop using it for years? It will. It will make you dumber. So be careful. Use it for automating things that you don't want to do. Don't use it to unlock your talents or your superpower or your life mission or your creative work or your authenticity. It can't, it won't, and it never will. I think we need literacy in AI and the economic context on this to keep control on what we don't know much. And that's the thing we can do to not fear and start using it and become less full. Yeah, a lot of AI literacy is needed a lot. People don't know how it is or how it's built. But the most important thing to remember is just because it's summarizing everything doesn't mean it understands it or knows it. Try. Ask ChatGPT for your weekly numerology forecast, and then come read Teledibbities, and you'll see the difference between grasp of knowledge and just bullet point summarization of it. And then wonder what it is when you ask it about legal stuff, or where you ask it about medical stuff, or where you ask it about psychological stuff, or where you ask it about your own life. Does it really know? It does not. It doesn't. Yeah, it goes beyond the basics. It can distract you from you. Must be careful. Absolutely. I think this is the battle of our times, is in people being very disciplined about their use of AI and very disciplined about not using it for certain things. It's hard, but that's I think at least the people who know that, and the people who are more conscious of it and more disciplined, are going to have better outcomes and live better lives from here on out. And the people who hand everything to AI are just going to fall behind. And I don't just mean economically. Who cares about that? Falling behind in like soul evolution, falling behind in like intelligence, falling behind in emotional intelligence, and in character. Those worry me too. That's a risk too. Whatever, if you get more rich, you stop being human the second you outsource your whole fucking thinking to that thing. Sorry. Yeah, I'm still doing readings. I just rant in between, especially when people give me good things to rant about. All right, I'm ready for the next reading. So if you've applied and you want to be next, say I've applied and I'm ready, and I'll bring you on for the next reading. I'm just gonna let these everybody who wants to join say so in the chat, and then I'll pick somebody. I'm gonna have to do random. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna pick a number. If I don't pick you right now, don't worry. I'll pick you next. We still have plenty of time, so hang on, and you're coming next. It's very easy to get on. There's not that many people, so just I'm sorry if you don't get to go first, but you can come right after. Jonal Enable. Jonal Enable. What's your name? How do I find you in the application form? Jonal. Jonal. John Allen? Is it Jonathan? Okay. Yeah, found you. All right. The email's out. It's in your inbox. I'm going to pull your chart now. Head over to your inbox, and you'll see the link to join me on the stream. All right, your chart's in front of me. Jonathan, we're ready to go. Welcome, Jonathan.
How's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm great. It's 555 in Paris, which is wild.
Nice.
You just got off.
Nice.
You did a reading for me a little over a year ago in New York. I don't know if you remember, but
I'm starting to. You're about to move to Paris. I think I remember. Yes, I'm getting all that. I'm getting the story. So update me.
Yeah. So I'm a life path number 8 in a year 6. Had I was at an AI startup. It was not the thing. Left like last summer.
Okay.
Was in Europe for the summer. He was about to leave for Europe, I think, when I was talking to you. Then kind of went back to the States after summer, got like a big tech job, quit that in February, essentially. And since then, I've decided to like pack up all my shit in New York, doing consulting stuff for branding, whatever. Have come to Europe. I've been here for like 3 weeks. It's been the best 3 weeks of my life. And I decided like I can't live in New York anymore and that I need to move here, figure that out, whatever work stuff's starting to come in, but I need to figure it out to do it here. And then also come from a very conservative family, like have it come out. I'm like, I need to do that literally now or like very soon in the coming weeks. And met someone very interesting like a few weeks ago who lives here, but that's like complicated. So we just wanted to take this opportunity to be like, what the fuck is going on in my chart if that aligns with any of this stuff. But yeah.
Okay. Okay. So it's a very comprehensive summary. Just looking at your chart right now. Oh yeah. What's going on right now? So that that relationship is on ice, and you're just doing consulting and hanging out in Paris, or is there something stronger going on right now? Because I see something in the chart.
Okay, well, it's complicated because when we met basically at a wedding, hit it off, like saw each other the following week, basically like went on a date, but they're kind of with someone. And I don't think that's going well. I think that might end and then whatever. Nothing technically has happened.
Okay.
But
you're like, you are really wanting this to turn into something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about professionally?
Professionally, I have an offer for like a creative situation from a friend, which is strong. I think I just have trust issues at this point with all this shit, frankly. So not even like with the people, just like the idea of equity and like shiny things. I'm kind of running away from that. But have that and then some other things. I'm kind of like open right now. But like I'm not bound to anything. I do know that I want to be in Europe and that the vibe here is like more my speed. I'm kind of done with the New York statusy shit of it all and just like kind of want to be in a real relationship, be in love, like work and do what I love and be somewhere that I love. And I'm willing to just like figure
How long have you been in Paris? Second time, like right now.
I've been in Europe. Yeah, like I arrived on the June 20th, basically.
Oh, okay. So you just got there.
Yeah. And it's been between Paris and London, essentially.
Okay.
And like France at large.
Okay. And there's no urgency to finding a job, or is there?
There is, yeah.
Okay. Is there like a timeline? Like I need something by X date?
I take on consulting clients. So like that's something that I have access to and I'm going to have to like accelerate that and just get that going. But ideally, I would like to lock in a job situation that allows me to move to Europe, whether that's like with visa or something. So I'm just trying to think strategically and broader to like align those together. I wouldn't take a job in New York.
I'm navigating between tabs to just get all the information.
Cool.
Okay. June. What happened in March? What was the big turning point in March? What created?
I
all
I
these
decided,
like is March where you decided to come to Paris?
I decided to move out of my apartment in New York, and then like
March.
literally like move out. Yeah.
What triggered it? Something triggered it.
Like I quit a job at literally one of the biggest like startups in tech, and then I had a very like cushy apartment living situation. I was living with a friend's mom, and the rent was like really low, but it was like I was living with someone's mother basically, and then like I was doing all these things that should be great, and I was like, this is not my life. Like I'm fucking over it, and I'm just gonna figure it out. So I kind of just like broke everything and was like, I'm just gonna figure this shit out. But like I made a stance to, I didn't even know I was going to move to Europe or like be in Europe. I was just like, I gotta like switch things up.
Mm-hmm. I can see, number one, where the professional dissatisfaction really gets going April 2021. And it was a long-term transit that you've just been under the entire time until March of this year.
Interesting.
So the first thing I want to say to you is that all the stuff that was a recurring pattern that you became used to, that kept happening over and over again in every job you left and then every job to arrive to, that was very clearly part of this transit, and it doesn't need to continue. So my first advice to you is don't automatically go to that place where you expect the same shit to happen. And it's normal that you would, because that's all you've seen since you were like 29 years old. So like it would be normal for you to think every job is like this, every company's like this, every situation is like this, because you've been kind of like in a loop. That loop ended. But what I heard you say that I was like, warn him about this, probably just from the chart and also from the way you expressed it, is that while you may be running away from a specific culture that you don't feel aligned with, you're coming into cultures that you don't yet understand. So the worst thing to do in that transition is to assume like they're perfectly aligned with you and they're actually what you're looking for, when you have not really experienced them, because it's a very different world, Europe, and not just like the Europe has a very particular workplace culture, workplace energy, workplace vibe that is completely different to the US. Some which you like, some which you don't know that you won't like yet because you haven't experienced them, and that's going to happen.
Yeah.
And the second is that even just Europe versus the US, France and the UK are completely different. So I think my best advice to you is don't have the urgency to arrive somewhere, and try to figure out those things before you make another decision. Because what I do see is that it's time for longer tenures and longer timelines between jumps. I think you're going to continue to jump, but you were going like tuk, 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 and now you need to go like tuk, tuk, tuk. And I would just, my instinct is, if you have consulting clients, lean into the security they're giving you so that you don't jump into an offer and really, really think about it. Because you are very strong, very committed, very clear on who you are and how you work and what you want. And that means that you have a very low tolerance for bad fit. And that's not a problem. It's not something to change. If anything, it's just a calling to be more selective with the yes. You know,
my intuition is telling me, and I'm curious if you see any of this in the chart, but like basically through the end of the year, just keep doing consulting stuff. Don't commit to anything. Even this friend, I'm thinking of like saying,
I would
hey,
agree.
I'll help you out like as this, and like, let's have a conversation in January. And then even then, as you were saying, between the UK and France is like kind of go between both and like see what the fucking vibe is before I commit to one or the other, and kind of like sign a lease in January sort of a thing.
I completely agree. I think that's the best path for you, is to experience things before committing to them as much as you can. And I think that trial runs in both Paris and London will give you a lot more information than just gut or instinct. Because sometimes gut is just wishful thinking. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, like what you think Paris is, what you think London is. That's not always the truth.
And then what about, do you see any relationship? I'm very curious about this just because everything's been so accurate with teledipity at large and numerology that I'm just like, I do feel, I think we kind of had this conversation before, and I don't know if you remember it, but about like relationships and this and that. And I just know now that I feel so much more emotionally, like in every way, just like more prepared and open to be in a relationship. And I'm just curious if that's popping up in the chart, and like, what's that looking like?
It is popping up in the chart. Just want to like interpret it carefully. So it's constructive for you. This year is about your love life in many ways, more than it is about your career. But it's not about harvest or reaping in your love life. It's about analyzing your role in it, your role in the outcomes, your role in the process by which you fall for someone, pick someone, and then everything that comes after. And I don't really know what those patterns are because you'll know them better than me. But you're in the intersection of two numbers that say, in just summary, analyze what's going on in your love life, not arrive somewhere in your love life. Does that mean this is the guy or not? It could be either one. But I think that the rest of the year, especially, I think you'll have experiences that that shed a spotlight on the perspectives, habits, and approach that you have, and what about it is encouraging the outcomes that you don't want to be changed. That's why I wanted to be careful with the news, because I think you wanted just the news that you're gonna meet the love of your life soon. But I also don't think that's far. I also think that's very close. But I think the experiences right now are about reflecting on what's off. And it's only 6 months. And by the way, that energy has been active for you since March. So you've already been in it for a while. And I think whatever role this guy plays in that, he's playing a big role in it.
And by 6 months, you mean it's like March through August kind of a thing, or like the next 6 months?
I say that this, we'll call it conjunction. This intersection of two numbers is active until December 31st. Then one of them changes, and it's not so much about the combination anymore.
I'm also just like curious if
hold that thought.
Yeah.
My gut says that you want to separate the city you're choosing from the guy you like and not combine the two. And try not to, like, because you might still pick Paris, but it has to be for reasons unrelated. And that would be a perfect example of this combination.
Interesting. That was kind of my question, honestly. I was going to say, do you think that there's a relation between like the guy and the city?
That's where my mind went immediately. It's like, okay, this would be one of those tests right there.
Interesting.
Why do you want Paris, and why are you feeling a fit in Paris? And is it about one thing or is it about the other?
That's so interesting.
Because I'm now getting flashbacks to our reading, and I think maybe that's a question. Like, I don't want to say like this is what you've been doing, because I could be wrong. Maybe that's a question to ponder. Is like going back to 2021. How many of those professional choices have been driven by the romantic ambition, the romantic pull, the romantic search, when I didn't realize it?
Wow.
Because we all know, and I'm not immune to either combining the two or to be making life decisions based on me wanting to meet someone special. So it's not really like, I don't want to come off like this is a you problem. It's not. It's very active in your chart, but it's also very universal. And it's also not a bad thing, because it's like to be separating your professional aspirations from your professional aspirations from your personal ones, and to have very clear personal aspirations, and to be chasing it with as much ambition as you do your professional aspirations. Those are all really good qualities. And it would be the wrong advice to say only your career matters, don't worry about the guy, because that's not really good advice. But I am almost getting a flashback of having a similar conversation the last time we spoke. It was like something along the lines of honoring your ambitions, your desires, your interests, independent of who you might meet, is what's going to help you find the right guy. To be like more like not to say I don't want to meet anybody or I want to stay single, but to say like, I'm gonna do me. I'm gonna live where I belong. I'm gonna go after the career that I want, that'll make me happy. And by making my decisions that way, the universe will lead me to the right person.
I love that.
It's probably
and I feel like
the way to optimize that search. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, like earlier we were talking about following your desires and like honoring those. And I feel like I've been doing that for the past few weeks a lot, which kind of like led me to this person in a weird way. So I do feel like there's something there to learn about. I also intuitively, this sounds horrible to say, but like I don't think it's my person. So I'm not shocked by you saying all that other stuff, but I do think it could be like a big
because maybe the romantic ambition is not necessarily meeting the forever guy, but it's just having a great experience last 2 years, last 3 years, but you're seeking that, and that's important to you. And that's a good thing. But I think those kinds of things, they find you where you are. You don't go find them necessarily. You know, it's like when you meet those really special people, it's always this crazy serendipity. It's like, how did I end up in this bar because my friend from home was visiting, and he took me there, and then like it was just like all this is a universe conspiring to connect you with someone special. And you don't need to necessarily, it's a balance too, because you also don't want to stay home and expect that person to show up. You want to be searching, but you also don't want that search to monopolize your decisions in that way, you know?
That ambition, love, connection, do you find like that's an 8 thing, an 8 life path number thing? Have you seen that again and again and again? Or
it's the ambition for anything you want is a very 8 thing.
Got it.
You happen to really, really want romantic adventures. So you're projecting all that 8 energy into that.
Got it. That's funny. No, this is super helpful and like really interesting.
Yeah. But remember in the back of your hand that that he's special. He's lighting something up, and that's a very valuable thing to honor and to chase. But that's not such a rare thing that you need to reorganize everything to have that. It's actually so abundant in the world. There's so many guys that will light you up in the same way that you don't need to treat this like this is the last opportunity you'll have to feel that way.
I love that thinking too, because it's like, it just draws in even more. Like there's an abundance of this. And like, this is just an example of that. And like, sure, experience it, but like, that matters.
Yeah. If I need to go somewhere else, or if he doesn't become available, it doesn't matter. I can find another one like that really quickly.
I love it. You're such a legend.
Thank you.
Wow.
I mean, I would be in a much better place if I followed like half the advice I give, honestly. I mean, not everything I say is stuff I've mastered myself. I just know it's the right wisdom for the person. So just want to make that clear.
I love it. Well, thank you so much. I so appreciate this. And anything else does too.
My pleasure, man. My pleasure.
Yeah.
Anything hanging in your head that you want to touch on?
I mean, is there anything like career-wise that you see popping up, or like anything in particular?
Yeah, it's a hard thing to interpret for you because I don't want to put the wrong idea in your head. This is why I was kind of avoiding it. But since you're calling for it, I'll deliver it.
I'm strong.
Since you're calling for it, I'll deliver it, and I'll try to do it in the most constructive way.
Okay.
I think a very exciting chapter of your career begins in March of 2028, right on your birthday.
Oh, I love that.
That's still a year and a half away.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know why that happens. There's a few ways that could unfold. For example, you accept a job offer, and it's kind of okay, but in that company a year later they promote you, and then you're in your dream job, and that first year is just about like paying your dues in that place, and it's not as fun. Or you accept a job right now, and a year later somebody poaches you from being there, and that's your dream job. Or you accept a job right now, and a year later you're like, you know what, I'm ready to just start my own thing, and you quit and you start your own thing. So I don't know which one. I just know that maybe it's helpful to know that even wherever you land after you go through this phase of just consulting and trying out both places, it's also not super permanent. But that does not mean that you were like necessarily leaving that company. It's just like whatever job you take, that specific arrangement is very short. And the thing that comes after it is very, very big and very, very important for you. And that's like I see the professional alignment and the success and the recognition, not just after that line, but for years after. But what stands between today and that place might still be a little bit of friction, a little bit of search, a little bit of growth, a little bit of not feeling quite there yet. This is like what, 18 months away ish. So you're in transition. You're still going to be in transition for a bit, but you are going somewhere specific and somewhere really good.
That's honestly
just,
really helpful.
Yeah.
Because just like, honestly, the biggest thing that I've taken away too is just like, don't freak out. Like, everything's going to be fine. And like, sometimes it's just not that fucking serious. Like, take the job or do whatever, be there and understand. Like, timing's everything, honestly.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's
My
great.
pleasure.
That's
Good
great.
luck with everything.
Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll talk to you soon.
You too. Sounds good.
Take care. Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye. It's great catching up.
Yes, thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Oh, also, just
Yeah.
email me if you're ever in Madrid. Email me.
Okay, I will. I'll probably be there soon.
Sounds good. All right. Talk soon.
Awesome. Take care. Bye-bye.
Cool. Who's still watching? We still have time for more readings. We still have 40 minutes, so we can get 2 more readings before the end of the stream. And this next break will be a little shorter. But as always, let's chat a little bit. Questions, reactions to the last reading, other questions you were interested in asking before we bring the next person on stage. I will make this one short, 2 minutes. I just still need the little break in between to catch my breath, my energetic breath, my spiritual breath before I can channel a chart for somebody else. I really like the stream today. It's been really cool. Good rants, good readings, great people. Everybody in the right energy, everybody engaging the right way. It's been awesome. Thank you, everybody, for participating in today's exchange. It's been incredible. Hit me with a question. I'll answer it quickly, and then we'll bring the next person on. Just a quick question, just to clear the energy. It's important. This is what makes readings good, is the space in between, because I do need to clear some stuff energetically. Any patterns between even and odd years? Yes. Even years are about, in general, are about your managing yourself internally while you are in the place that you're in. And odd years are about decision-making and change. So you will find that when you're in even years, you just have to stick with what you have and just deal with it better. And in odd years, that's where you're called to like either make changes or leave or transition or be more active about leaving what you don't want. It's just even years are about patience and odd years are about action in general. Thank you for being so generous with your time and talents. Jonathan, it's a pleasure and an honor. Thank you, man. And thank you for being open and vulnerable in the stream. That's what completes the value exchange, because whoever was watching or whoever will watch when this becomes its own YouTube video will get value from it too. And that's what we're creating with these exchanges. So you contributed, and you'll be helping people as well because you were open. Thank you. All right. 30 seconds. I'm almost ready with the clearing. Give me one more question, but I'm almost ready. All right, I'm ready for the next person. If you applied and if you're ready for a reading, say I applied and I'm ready, and I'll pick the next person. All right, I'm seeing some requests come through. Let's pick. Worlds Within. What's your name? What's your name, Worlds Within? I'm going to find you here. Just your first name, and I'll find you in the application form. All right. Two Jonathans today. So, okay. Jonathan, the email is going to you. You should be getting it in your inbox any second now. Jonathan, you're going to be arriving soon. I don't know if you're hearing this. I'm going to have to take a short bathroom break before I start your reading. So I'm pulling up your chart, and as soon as I hear you come in, I need 30 seconds, and then I'll be ready to go. So I'm just setting up your chart right here. All right. So Jonathan, I know you can hear me. I have your chart right in front of me, but I'm going to take a 30-second bathroom break, and I'll be right back. And everybody who's watching, I'm not going anywhere, just taking a 30-second bathroom break, and I'll be back to do this reading. 1 second. All right, I'm ready to go. Boom. Hello, Jonathan. How's it going?
It's going good. How about you?
Doing great, thank you. We've talked before, right? I've given you a reading before. I recognize your name.
Correct. Yep.
So catch me up, remind me what we talked about, and how are you doing now? What's going on now, and what brought you here today?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was also the one in the chat talking about the long transit and just feeling like I'm yeah, still in it at some sort, or feel like it's this feeling of I can't quite have traction. So, or I can't pick up traction no matter what I do. And not that I'm not working every single day and working at it. And I think that's last time we spoke. There, I just remember we kind of mostly like ranted and volleyed back and forth as like visionaries. That was sort of the thing that you and I did, and really what it takes to actually hold the vision for an enterprise or a large project or anything big that you're bringing in. That it's just the time and the patience that it takes, and certainly not. It certainly comes on soul or God or the universe's timeline, not our own, egoic ones. So mostly that's what we chatted about, and I think you gave me some. I think I'm an 11. Sort of my birthday adds up to that, and we talked about a little bit about master numbers and what they are, and through your vantage point. So yeah, but mostly I'm still up at it. I'm still, my dream of dreams is to create what I've been calling like a mystical PBS, something that can begin to speak to these times. And I'm an author, a filmmaker, and an artist, and yeah, just wondering like how to stay true to my soul and my vision and my inner vision, while everything in the world right now feels like there's no solid ground. Like it doesn't even feel like a place to put a seed right now. It just feels like shifting ground, or everything's like an avalanche. So yeah, looking at that I think also gives me the feeling of just not being able to get traction, and how to build what it, like
We talked a long time ago, didn't we? It was like
it was
2020.
probably, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Probably
I think you
2020
were
or
in
20.
like I think you were one of like my first 50 readings. I'm remembering like being in my sister's bedroom when I gave you the reading, and this would have been like either before 2020 or during that time.
Yeah, it was right. It might have been, I mean, it could have been 2020, could have been 2021, but very close. It was kind of early on. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, still up to it, still at it, and just felt like a good enough time to check back in.
What's going on right now? What projects are you building? What's the dream? Like what's you talked about like a long-term pain point, but I feel like there's a short-term pain point that brought you to the stream.
Well, I'm about to finish my latest children's book, and that should be done probably, I'd say, August or September of this year, putting out into the world. And yeah, I have a little bit of like PTSD from putting anything in the world, because you put so much momentum and love and care into it. It just feels like a drop in the ocean.
You pitched me on a children's book, didn't you?
I did. Well, I've told you that before. Yes.
Yeah.
I have.
Yeah. So
still open. On the, I think it was like the elephant was one of it, or
just background. That email reached me at a moment where I could not even think about the request, and I did not reply. But it was just not a time for me to be thinking about stuff like that. So I apologize for not responding. I apologize.
No worries. I think in dream and see in children's book and in stories, in storytelling. So yeah. Anyways, so yeah, I'm finishing that, and I think what I want to do is be able to. I've put a lot of things out into the world, and it just feels like a drop in the ocean or a little bit of a dud, and nothing seems to sort of land or stick or germinate. They feel, this is kind of a intense term, but it almost feels like giving like stillbirth, to just like these projects that don't know how to like, crawl or get on their feet, or I haven't been able to figure that out. So rather than, as I'm about to give another birth here, rather than have that story, I'm really in a place of like, how do I even internally tell myself a new story or create that, so I'm not in some victim-y consciousness, or even more than that, how do I begin to know my own capabilities and empowerments to, have some agency and make some things move in the world.
Thanks for hanging on.
Yeah.
I was about to ask you, like, I feel like friction is at a specific point of your creations. Like over the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So since 2021, what have you launched? What has been the outcome? What frustrations have you had, like specifically with specific projects?
Since 2021. So let's see. I did my second children's book came out in 2021, and then 2024, I made my first film. I basically took 3 years and was working on my first film. I made what I call a provocumentary film. That really I wanted to see COVID through like the eyes of like a mythic lens, like what was happening more collectively. So I made a provocumentary, and then I've finished my first screenplay since then, and I've had an art exhibit, but I've really been mostly doing like things for clients. And I've been producing that, but those are my own. Basically, I'm trying to bring forth my own inner worlds and have those be providing for me. And right now, I've been a freelancer my whole life, and so it's just been kind of exhausting on the level of the freelance. And a lot of my work recently has been with AI and like Canva and things. A lot of that, my work has dwindled. People just doing cheaper, faster, quicker. So I'm at a little bit of a little precipice, it feels like, to sort of pivot or move or do things with even more like tenacity, or just trying to get something to shift. So those are the things I've created, and now I'm about probably a month or two.
What's in the pipeline now? What's next?
Yeah, my children's book is next, and then I'm having my friend animate it, so it'll live both like analog and digitally. Yeah.
And is that like a lot of work, or is that just a little bit? Like how big is that in like?
I've been working on this for the past like 7 years. But I would say I've been working on the illustrations intensely for the past 3, and really even more intensely for the past year to kind of really.
And when do you finish?
Yeah, in the next like month or 2.
Okay. And after it's more somebody else's job to promote, or is it?
Well, no. I'm still going to be involved. I feel like it's a second marathon to actually promote something as well. There's a great Seth Godin, who's like the marketing guy. He says, "Don't just make it happen."
Yeah. I feel like from the intersection of everything in your chart, my best advice for you is that outside of that project launching and you doing everything to promote it, you might benefit a lot from trying out to squeeze creations into smaller ideas, fast execution, fast publishing, and repeating that process to find something that sticks, that gets seen, that takes off. Because I feel like the way you engage with your talent is with long timelines, with very, very long timelines, and that's a style, and that's sometimes needed depending on the artistic work. But because you're so talented, you might find that short things, not because you're gonna do them forever, but because they're like volume can increase the opportunity for serendipity, might catch fire and might bring people's attention to the rest of your work. So in terms of like self-promotion, not in terms of your personal brand, but in terms of your genius and your work, you might benefit from trying out smaller formats. And like you can probably find something that's just as meaningful and intelligent for you, but that can live in like a bite-sized thing. And I don't know the specifics. I can give examples, but like 2-minute episodes of a short series on YouTube, vertical video, stuff like that. Only because in this world, you get really quick feedback on what's working, and then you start leaning more into that. Just kind of like an Instagrammer, but it doesn't have to be like you being an influencer. It's just you speeding up the production and publication process so that you squeeze in your creativity into like a smaller timeline and just go as a foundation for your work. And you might see that one of them brings you all the opportunity you've been looking for, and then actually brings life to all the other works that you've created already that are not getting seen yet. But it doesn't have to be about personal brand. It can still be your artistic work.
Great.
Because I feel like
And quick question I'm always saying on that, do you think that could I be sort of recycling work that I've already done, but just sort of like remixing them in short form ways?
Yeah.
As like, kind of like almost all. Okay, great. Because it's
Yep.
rather than creating something new each time.
Yeah.
I've got
Absolutely.
a whole portfolio.
Absolutely. And that's like that still fits, because it's like present yourself in smaller pieces, and don't be super perfectionist about them. Just like, okay, this go, and try to be a little bit more detached in the outcome, because sometimes the things you would have wanted to fix that don't get fixed are actually the reason they took off for weird reasons. So I think volume and speed is the only thing that's missing.
Right. Yeah.
The long-term transit that you're in ends in 2028. Ends in March 2028.
Good to know. There's the finish line. Yeah.
Yeah, but just so you know, success, visibility, revenue, it can find you at any moment. It usually does in the weirdest of ways. And my advice about the short stuff is about giving the universe like a door to find you in.
Mm-hmm.
That's outside of just promoting one work. And outside of that, it's just the optimism that it will, and that it could be happening any day. It could happen tomorrow. Because just the friction you've experienced in the past doesn't have to be forever.
Mm-hmm.
And the first step of that is always no longer believing that it will be forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. Great. Yeah, that's one thing I love about all your forecasts is just the optimism. It's like you make it impossible for people to go doom and to doom scrolling. It's like your podcasts are like, yeah, here's what's up, and you're very like you do a fantastic job of reframing and flipping like even challenging things on their head, to kind of work for the soul's evolution and kind of grist for the mill type of way. So I always appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great. Okay. That feels good.
Good luck, John.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
And when that show's live, just send me a link.
Will do.
I'd love to check it out.
Will do.
Thank you.
All right.
Talk soon. Bye-bye. Amazing. John is very talented. I know he is. It's all over his chart. And he's a visionary. He thinks big. And that's always a good thing. Hey guys, I'm new here. How it works? Greetings from Brazil. Sure. I will go through the instructions quickly. If you want to get a live reading, you want to go to the link right there. I'm also going to put a little QR code right there. Fill out the application. That's where I get your birthday and your full name. And then come back to the stream to be ready when I call on the next person to come on. We have space for one more reading today, and we will continue the readings next Wednesday. So one more person is going to come up. I need 30 seconds before I bring the next person up. So some of the people who were ready for a reading maybe 20, 25 minutes ago may not still be here. So if you want to jump in to be the last reading of the day, you can start commenting now. I applied and I'm ready. Comment again, even if you commented before, because I need to know who's ready now and not who was ready 20 minutes ago. And just start filling me with those comments and I'll choose somebody for the last reading of the day. Sorry, little burp. Say I applied and I'm ready. Tammy, let's go with Tammy. Tammy has tried it a few times today, so I think you should be the last one. Let me pull you up 1 second. My brain is slowing down. I forget what I'm doing in the middle of it. Okay, where is this? Tammy. All right, Tammy. There's an invitation coming to your inbox right now. And I'm going to pull up your chart. All right, Tammy, your chart is in front of me. We're ready to go. Feel free to join me as soon as you get that email. Tammy's here. Welcome.
Hey.
How's it going?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Tell me
thanks
about
for
yourself.
doing this.
Absolutely.
Well, you talked to my wife earlier. I was in the background.
Oh.
And so that's why I kept saying my name, because it's just the same YouTube account.
Got it.
So you didn't think Salima just kept asking.
No, I didn't even notice it was the same one. So, I mean, I know a little bit of your story, but tell me the stuff I don't know.
Yeah. So, I was thinking I wasn't even going to do this, but then I was like, let me just throw my name in and see. Like our whole life is work. It's everything revolves around our work. Our work is deeply personal. And so I actually didn't want to get on here and ask a work question. The question that I have in regards to my chart and the way I'm oriented is about trusting oneself, and why that ebbs and flows, and why can one person say uh, X, Y, and Z, and you co-sign, but then you think A, B, and C, and you can't co-sign it for yourself. Um, and I mean, I think for me, it does. I mean, it's always going to bleed into work,
Mhm.
but but that bleeds into like my whole life, right? Like, people will meet me and think, "Oh, wow, you're so out." Well, I don't know about outgoing, but I'm so talkative. I'm so personable. You're so confident. And then inside, I'm like, I don't feel any of those things.
Mhm.
I know I can do it. I know that it's not a performance, but I know that it's possible. But inside, it feels very different. Inside, it feels like I'm always doubting myself. Like I'll start something and know this is what I'm supposed to do. And then I doubt myself and I stop. And then, a month later, a year later, I was like, why did I stop? I should have kept going. Like, am I being too abstract?
No.
Okay.
Um, I was I was wondering though, because you said self trust being there and then getting lost, but your description sounds more like self trust not being there at all. Do you remember like an example recently of where you had the self trust and then you lost it?
Uh, it's this feeling of everything's going to be all right in my life, right? Like everything's going to be okay. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling optimistic. I'm understanding what I'm doing. And then I can talk to someone and they might not even say anything negative or to the contrary. And then it like switches inside of me of like, well, maybe everything isn't going to be okay. And maybe you're not doing enough. And maybe you should do more, more, more. Maybe. Um, and it's just like you were just feeling so good. Why'd you muddy the waters?
Well, that's an easy one to diagnose. Did you see the switching point in the story?
Someone else?
Yeah,
Yeah.
someone else's opinion. Why do they know more than you?
I don't know.
Why do they have access to the answer and not you?
They don't. Logically, I know this, right? Like they don't. I don't know why I mean, I'll be 50 next year and I
Hmm.
can feel the I don't want to give any more fucks like hard. That it is physically exhausting to care that much about what people think or don't think or inventing a whole conversation that's never even happened.
Hmm.
Um, but I guess I wonder, like within my, I don't know, am I ever gonna get it? I guess that's the question. Is it ever gonna click for me?
I think it's. I think this thing is older than a lot of us think, because usually the person who is usually, I don't know, usually the person who doubts themselves a lot when they have a lot of certainty is a child who was questioned a lot, whose certainty was questioned a lot during childhood. If one of your caregivers was always the one who say like, "Are you sure? Are you as good as you think you are? Are you sure that this isn't gonna blow up in your face? Are you sure that you covered all your bases? Are you sure that this is gonna work out?" That's a voice that's normally external that gets internalized, and then becomes just habit. Uh, I I I know where it came from for me, and that's what it was. This is like, for example, like taking a risk that I could afford. Like, I'm gonna get a bigger place because I've earned it, and I wanna have a terrace. I wanna have multiple bedrooms, and then signing the lease and being like, what if you can't keep up with the payments?
Right.
That's exactly what one of my caregivers would have said.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And for whatever the the intention was for the caregiver. We're not calling them evil or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
that stuff stays because it's almost always internal insecurity projected onto the person, and then the cycle continues. So I would normally call it a habit, voice inside you from a very young age, and one that you learn to ignore rather than to kill or to quiet. Being like, no, I know what I'm doing. And developing that new little habit or program of like listening to it and understanding what it is. It's not wisdom. It's not intelligence. It's not realism. It's not protection. It's a habit. And I think that the other piece is accurate self-perception, and that's really difficult for everybody because we are always way more aware of our weaknesses than anybody else. So when we are really good at something, all we notice is the places where we might have screwed it up. We might have not done it right. It was kind of serendipity. It was kind of luck. And everybody else is noticing the real talent that's there and the real intelligence and the real instinct. But all we see are our faults. That's kind of like a self-perception dysmorphia. Like some people have body dysmorphia. They're skinny and they see a fat person in the mirror. You are talented and strong and confident, but you don't see necessarily that in the mirror because you see yourself more from the inside out than from the outside in.
Will I get it? Is there magic at 50 that it clicks?
I think a good exercise is running the trial from an outsider's perspective. Like, what have I done with my life? What are the really big wins? Was that really luck, or was there real talent there? Was there real instinct there? Was there, and like, you have to not be yourself when you run that trial. You have to just look at the facts and look at the evidence. Was it really, like, was I really as bad as I thought? Or like, did I actually make shit happen? Did I really build a really good system, organization? You and your wife have accomplished a lot together. But maybe you're only seeing the mistakes and not the wins.
Well, that's a very good point. I can see. I know I bring value. I know what I do is important. I will always, and even on this call, it's been like hard for me. I will always defer to Salima and how great she is and what she does. And so I was like, no, I can't talk about Salima. It's easy for me to talk about Salima because I think she's amazing. It's a little harder for me to talk about myself in the same way. Even though I know that I've accomplished a lot, I do a lot, but I'm going to be honest, I move the goalpost a lot, right? So that happens, but also it is very easy to forget all the great that I've done or built, and I can focus on the things that I feel were bad decisions, too slow to react. I blew up my life. I'm never getting it back. You had one chance. You blew it. Good luck. That's kind of like,
Tammy, that sounds like a caregiver. That sounds like the voice of someone in your life that you internalized. That does not sound like you. There's someone in your past that talked to you like that. I'm more confident now because that does not sound like you.
what would sound so? Okay, so can I ask
Someone
you a question?
talked to you like that. You like this speech. You blew up your life. You're never gonna get it back. You messed up. Like, somebody was talking to you like that before, and you internalized it. I don't know who that was, but this is an individual from your past that had this perception of you, that spoke to you that way, that is now part of your own internal monologue.
I mean, probably one of my parents. No shade to my parents.
Yep.
But I'm definitely the child that is different.
Which is a good
don't
thing.
quite don't quite I've heard that a lot. Don't quite understand. It's easy to rah me once I've done something, but before I've accomplished that, the rah isn't there. There's a lot of doubt. There's, at least before, not so much now because I'm older and I can just keep things to myself, but younger, like voicing something that I want to do will get openly laughed at. But once I've done it, then all like singing praises, like, oh my gosh, you're amazing. I could never do this. This is so. I mean, yes, it's just very particular parent.
Yeah. And I think the one of the cool things about being in the LGBTQ plus community, because I am too, is that we have an example of that we had to go through from one side of the coin to the other, and it's something that we all, gay or not, have to do in life over and over and over again, which is first be notice that we're not like everybody and be ashamed of it and feel punished for it, and then realize that we're actually not just okay with it, but love that we are not same and are proud of it, and start living it no matter what anybody says about it, and own it and come to a place of joy about it. You did that once already with that piece, obviously. That's the same process we go with everything else. I had to do it with being ADHD. First, feeling different, then finding the explanation, and then being like, well, actually, this actually makes me better in some ways, and I really like that, and I wouldn't change that for the world. And then the same with other parts of my life that I once thought were punishments that were actually blessings. That's the same process going over and over again. It's coming out of the closet over and over and over again in many, many different ways. But that's the same thing. That's why like being different is good, because it's what makes you you.
Yeah.
Not a copy paste, not competing with anybody else on their turf, but like just the joy of all of your pieces, the ones that are really great at something, and also the ones that struggle and that are not good at certain things, but are still part of your makeup.
All right.
That you don't need to apologize for.
Right.
That actually like are really cool.
They are really cool. And I hear you. You're right. You know, it's in my mind, I'm like, yeah, of course, you know this, but it's always helpful to talk with someone and get it out. And even, the way I move through life now, again, externally, is very different than that record in my head. And so to your point, it's about taking that record off the player and putting a blank one on that I record, not someone else's recording of that I keep playing over and over again.
And you're very awesome too, not just your wife. You are also very awesome.
Thank you.
You are just as talented and just as incredible in different ways, but the level of awesomeness is the same.
Yeah. I mean, and it's those things like not to gas myself up, but I hear this a lot, right? Like, you're super cool, you're whatever. And that's also how I know it's something that I have to own for myself, because someone telling me this obviously isn't enough, because, well, the thought keeps happening, right? But it's about that accepting that you are awesome. This is for anyone listening as well, that you are awesome just for your existence, just being here, right? And then everything else that you tap on there is just kind of like the cherry on top.
Yeah.
But that does seem to be at least the work for me in this season of my life of really taking that record off permanently, not just temporarily, and putting it back on.
And you know what you made me think of? Just before we look at your chances, because I've thought about this a lot too. I think there's this weird societal agreement or law that we have that is not very good, where like we don't like it when somebody says, I'm awesome at this, I'm really good at this, this is where I excel,
Yeah.
this is where I'm unique, this is where I am special. People don't like hearing that from, like, it's immediately arrogant.
Yeah.
And what that causes is that then we self-edit ourselves because we don't want to be criticized for being arrogant. So we
Right.
don't even let ourselves think that it's like, I'm really great at X. Well, maybe not. Let's back it up. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
you're just the same as everybody else. Like, you're not special.
1000%.
You're not unique. You're not any, like, you're just same. That sounds like wisdom, but it's insecurity wrapped up in a box.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I reject that. I think it's not good. And I think we should all start clapping when somebody says they're awesome and say, yep.
Yeah.
And not be uncomfortable with that. And especially
I co-sign
parents,
that.
especially parents, because that's where it all begins. But even like friends,
Yeah.
like, yes, you're fucking talented. Yes, you're incredible. Yes, go build that thing. It's just easy. Like, why are we so uncomfortable with somebody saying I'm really good at this? Like, it's always like an athlete saying like, yeah, I'm gonna win. You're like, oh, too arrogant. He should be more humble, or he should be more humble. What's this thing with humility? I don't get it. Like, people are awesome. Why don't we just accept it? You know?
Yeah. Now that you say that, I remember I've been told that many times to be more humble. When I was younger, I was told often to be humble, and now I have a son who he's like a masterclass for me because he's like, I'm great. I was like, that's right, you are great. And he's like, if you ask who's the number one person in your life, he's like, me. I was like, beautiful. Because growing up, at least for me and perhaps my generation, like, those were no-nos. Like, that was, you don't do that. That wasn't, you be humble, kind of like you take the scraps you get and you be happy with it. And that doesn't jive with who I am or what I came here to do.
No, it doesn't.
According to Deladipity, I came here to do big things.
Of course you are. The last missing piece is talking to yourself the way you talk to your kid. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Be that mom for yourself.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Thank you.
My pleasure. Your
chart, be mindful of your. Oh, sorry. No, I just want to be mindful of your time. It's 9 past.
Oh, no worries. Like, let's do one piece of your reading as an endpoint, because your chart. What are you thinking about? Professional, like what are you wondering about in the near future?
I am wondering about my work in terms of being lit up. So the things I do on a daily basis, like in our business, I'm the operations person. So I build systems, I'm IT. I basically like make everything in the background happen, which is fine, and I enjoy it. But I also like to trade, like stocks. And I also like to edit video. So I also do all of our videos that we do on YouTube and stuff like that. And so for me, that feels like like that orbit feels great and I really enjoy it. Then again, back to what we were just talking about, caring about other people think or whatever, I get very frustrated because I put all this time into a YouTube video, I put it up and I was like, why am I working to break 1,000 views? I was like, what is happening when someone else did almost the same video and they got 30,000 views, right? So it's like that metric and then the money metric of if you were, I can tell you how it works in my brain. If you were better at what you did, more money would be coming in through the avenues that you are pursuing.
Hard disagree. It's so wrong what you just said.
That's what happens up here.
Yeah. So the best approach to that game, which I think this specific game is just like putting content out and just keeping the machine going in the algorithm platform piece of our lives, where it's about business too. It really applies to all creativity though, and I told the same to John earlier, and I'll mention where that comes from in a second. But the best approach, just keep the machine running and detach from the outcomes. Just post. Don't worry about it. Just keep, because you know what? The learning is happening under the surface without you having to control it. Like, you can tell where the videos are getting better.
Yeah.
And they're getting pithier and they're getting clearer and everything is improving. But that whole process is just not like, oh, because they're falling at minute 1 or whatever. It's just happening organically and naturally. And as long as you keep doing that, eventually it starts working. But you have to be detached from like trying to control it too much and just show up to the fight every single day. And volume matters so much, because volume is not even on the algorithm side, but on the creativity side is what helps the genius come through unfiltered. If you try to control how your creativity is presented into the world, you end up cutting the pieces that are really powerful from the wrong hypotheses. So you just have to be a little detached and just like, I do what I can and then I put it out and I move on to the next thing. I do what I can, I put it out and move on to the next thing, and just get into that flow and not worry about it. And the second, if you were talented, you would have made more money already. No, because your business's storyline and your storyline has nothing to do with everybody else's. You're building something specific, and that specific thing needs to go through its own phases and cycles and growth phases that don't match everybody else's. Just like your life and their turning points and the happy times and the bad times don't match somebody else who's also your age. It's the same with a business. So it's about focusing on like where you are, what you've learned, and what your objectives are, and like it doesn't matter. Like where you are versus where you could be. For all you know, you've handled it perfectly and you're just in time, and that's all you need to know. And that attitude is what proves the best outcomes anyway, regardless of what truth is.
Right.
In your charts, this is the thing that I find fascinating. Do you remember when I told your wife that she was going into voice mode and she should stop trying to be CEO and like systems and everything else?
Yes. Yep.
Your chart looks like the opposite.
Yes.
You're about to run that operation. I think you already do. But like, I think that's the perfect, like, if I now looking at both of your charts, and I haven't seen your business chart, but I think it'll complete the triad there. Is just like, that's her role, that's your role. And you can build the systems and keep all the trains running on time, and she can be the voice of it and the face of it. And that doesn't mean that that's what you're supposed to do forever, just in that business. Because I like what you said, like you have other interests and other things you want to pursue outside of it.
Yeah.
And you should keep doing that, whether it's trading or anything creative. I think there's a lot of creativity in you. There's a lot of you have an engineer inside you, and a manager and a CEO inside you, but there's also an artist in there too in your chart. So maybe in the business, the artist is coming out in the editing of the videos, but look for those outlets outside of the business too, because you have that talent.
She's buried. I'm unearthing her.
And that's what's going to, like, you're linked in that business also as wife and wife, but you're linked in there, and that success is for both of you. And it's coming. And I think a lot of it is activated by this shifting in responsibilities and like these very clear lines of what one does versus the other. And the chart is speaking clearly. This is like, you're the org, she's the voice.
Yeah. I would say for the first time this year, we have really honored our strengths. And like she was saying, no more manufacturing, thank God. No more like she writes, speaks, and teaches. I do, everything else that's on the back end. And it feels
aligned.
very right. Yes, it feels aligned. It feels very right. It doesn't feel so hard. So
Go kill it. Go kill it.
I shall. Thank you so very much. Oh, thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
You've
Good luck with everything.
Since the beginning. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I mean, we'll add the links to all your work when we post this video. So make sure that you reply to me with those. And I'm happy to see that story from the stands. I think it's going to be really cool. And I see a lot of
thank
success.
you very much. I appreciate
it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Have a great rest of the year and everything.
You too. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. You too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
And so we arrive at the end. Thank you, everybody, for watching until the end. It's been a great stream. To those of you who stuck around, even when you knew it was going to be the last reading of the day, I appreciate you so much. If you applied and you didn't get in, I'll send you an email reminder before the next stream. So you jump up again next week. You're going to get read. You're going to get your reading. It is very easy to get on. So just come back next week and I'm happy to do it for you. Thank you very much for supporting. Make sure to like and subscribe before you sign off, and I'll see you here next Wednesday. It's been a pleasure and an honor. I hope you have a great rest of the week, and I'll see you next Wednesday. Thank you very much for everything. It's been a great, great, great stream. Bye-bye.